Do you want to be a part of the Coco community? Sure, we all do. So join this free weekly live talk show to find out how easy it is to watch at home and learn about your color computer. At the CoCoNation, more than 9 million men and women have participated in the community without setting foot outside their homes. And now at home in your spare time, you can see what's happening, or even join the discussion. Choose from any one of these segments: panel intros, project updates, acquisitions, Coco Thoughts, featured interviews and events, the Game On Challenge, news, Ron's Garage, Coco commercials, show coverage, panel goodbyes, or you can join one of our extra shows. You can choose from the Game On Challenge Live or Coco Tech. Join the CoCoNation right now.
Click the link for the free information TJB Chris spoke about. Then decide if you want to watch the CoCoNation Live Show, the world's leading live weekly talk show featuring the Tandy Color computer, its siblings, cousins, and redheaded stepchildren. Visit thecoconation.com. There is no obligation and no salesman will visit you. Visit thecoconation.com.
The CoCoNation show is an unscripted, live, and interactive broadcast. Anything can and will happen. The views and opinions expressed by members of the panel and the live audience are their own, and not necessarily those of the CoCoNation show, its sponsors, affiliates, or subsidiaries. Open minds are encouraged, and a sense of humor is recommended. Thank you for being a part of the CoCoNation.
Radio Shack? Okay.
What?
The 80s called.
Welcome to the CoCoNation, the world's first live and interactive talk show featuring the Tandy color computer and its hardware cousins.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the CoCoNation Show, episode 389.
Howdy!
Hello, hello.
I started one of my meetings at work this way. Everybody was confused.
Like, wait, what?
Oh, let's see. Which mouse am I using? This one. On the panel today. Let's see. We have, starting at the top corner, we got Alan, Exile in Paradise.
Howdy, howdy, everybody.
Then we got Kevin Holloway. Sounded better, good as ever.
Classical Zoom problem.
Nah, he's muted. He's forgot.
I was in another window when I hit the space bar.
And I know all about pushing wrong buttons. Yours truly. Next over, we have Sloopy Malibu, aka Canadian Retro Things.
Well, I figured I'd put on my pretty face today. Hey.
Oh, and I had to think about this for a second. All right, next row, Henry Gernhardt.
Hi, folks. Welcome to the CoCoNation. My name's Henry, and today I'm 3D printing.
Okay, and next over, we got Rick Euland.
We're here.
And Brian Weasler.
Hello, all. Welcome to the show.
All right, and next over, we got Wingnut, Ron R.
Good afternoon.
Okay, next over, we got Ron Deluxe.
It's runs in a row.
That's right, 2 Rons in
Crazy.
a row.
What do we usually have in a row? Marks.
Hours and hours of content. Oh, sorry.
That's right. All right, next over, Mark Frederick, Micro Hobbyist.
Hello, hello.
And L Curtis Boyle.
Welcome to the show, everyone. Ken will not be here. He's actually working today.
Yeah, he's
That's what he
hobnobbing with hobnobbing with the elites, right?
The Hollywood elite, yeah.
Yeah.
That's his best shirt.
And let's see, last but not least, Marco.
Yep, nope.
Not
working.
Better use sign language. I was thinking of a different sign language. All right, over in the chats. Let's see, scroll up. We've got
Hello.
Oh, we have a guest with Frederick
Hi.
there.
Oh, we disappear. The background doesn't seem to like 2 people.
Such a young wife.
Gets confused.
Frederick's better half.
Yep. My better half.
She has all your hair.
Oh, exactly. Well, when I need some hair, I just do this.
There you go.
Okay, in the chat, we've got Kevin Holloway, Jim Rye, Michael Zwiffle, Sloopy, Wayne Campbell, 8-Bits in the Basement, Sixy, Dr. Ted, Tom Eric Anderson, Trina's Technobabble, Tim Franklin, Retro ENG, oh, there's the other Canadian Retro Things. We got Porta Coco and Brian Walsh. And joining us at the last second, Nick Marenti's in the panel.
Hello.
He's not fully awake yet.
No, I just woke up actually.
Caught him by
Now
surprise.
that's why we never see your face, is because you're never presentable.
Geez, I should be doing that too then.
I'm still in my pajamas.
I'll say I at least try to put pants on.
The
whole panel goes to icons.
Oh, let's see. And in the chat, we got William Athing popping in. Okay. All right. So first up today, we're going to do some project updates. And Brian, what you got for us today?
I got a few things to share today here with you guys. I was going to say one thing though, Mark, though, is just as a side note, you know how like on a sci-fi movie, how they have like some sort of a time portal and somebody kind of like walks into this bright light and disappears? It was kind of interesting. Your cat's kind of going in and out of that bright light over your shoulder there, and the cat would just like disappear into this blinding light, like some sort of time portal or something. But anyway, let me get myself here together. There we go. Okay.
Yeah, they're up to no good. I got to go chase one out of the closet.
Okay. You got me highlighted here, ready to go?
Of course not.
Oh, okay.
Better do that first. All right,
Thank you.
there you go.
There we go. Okay, let's see here. Let me adjust myself a little bit here. There we go. Okay, let me switch cameras here. And I got the first thing here for you guys. There we go.
You're not going to talk about the background behind you, what's going on back there?
No, it's just entertainment.
No.
Okay, so this first thing here, let me do a little zoom here. I'm more kind of a show and tell, but then also looking for some information. Okay, now my camera's all of a sudden not going to cooperate. So I guess I'm going to do it manually then. Okay, so I recently picked up this EPROM burner, and it's kind of hard to see. Can you guys see that writing here in the upper corner?
Not really.
It's kind of circles. Okay. Basically what it says is it says Coco EP, and I'm assuming EP for EPROM burner, and it says like version 1A, and it says December 89. I don't know if anybody recognizes this at all. Anybody in the chat or anything that might lead me to what it is, what software I can use to talk to this EPROM burner. But,
did you say December of 89?
That's pretty late.
Yeah.
Yeah, it says December 89 there. It's a kind of a handwritten itch.
Well, since it's got a ROM on it, I wonder if that's where the software is.
Yeah, I did plug it into a Coco and nothing happened so far, but yeah, my next step is to pull the ROM and see if there isn't anything in the ROM that might.
If it's one of the ones that doesn't auto execute, you can just type exec.
Is it C1000?
Ampersand HC000. If it's a Coco 1 and 2, you're trying it on, or you could do exec, what is it, E010 in hex on a Coco.
Oh, okay,
3.
so it might be actually dumping something in a ROM, just not.
Yeah, if they don't have that one, what is it, the pin that has to be enabled for it to auto start? Like it triggers NMI or something like that. So if that's not present,
okay,
then it doesn't automatically fire up.
Although that could be what that jumper in the top corner is the auto fire.
Jumper in the upper corner.
Yeah, there's a loop right
there. The Bogge wire?
Oh, you know what little wire right there? Okay.
Yeah.
Look where it goes.
I wonder if that's the enable.
Oh, maybe.
Maybe it's picking up. It's picking up from power right here.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's picking up from this ground right here, and then it kind of heads over this way here to this capacitor and stuff. So I'm not sure. It doesn't.
Yeah, probably.
It doesn't directly go to one of these.
Oh, okay. So it doesn't connect to that little line that goes to one of the pins right below it, then, eh?
Yeah. No.
It would make sense for something like this not to auto exec though. You want to get your stuff ready to put on it from the disk controller or whatnot, and then
if you're trying to program the EPROM, you don't really want to try to run it at the exact same time. So
Yep.
Right.
Yep. I mean, some of them that I've used, from the Coco era, they come up to some sort of a menu, where you can clear the buffer, then you can load the buffer. Yeah, exactly.
I would presume in this case that would be running off disk, especially for 89 being that late.
Yeah.
Right.
Now, if it's an 89 one, is this one that can burn a 32K EPROM for a Coco 3?
Good
got
question.
A big enough socket.
Yeah, it's got the right size socket, doesn't it?
Yep.
28.
So, well, I will. I'll play around with that. I didn't think about that at the time when I was checking this out the other night. But I'll try that. Maybe I can report back and do more show and tell. So.
Any writing on the bottom?
No, there's nothing on the bottom. It's just a single Bogge wire and some traces. So.
No company name though, eh?
No company or anything. That's what I kind of thought. That's why, it kind of threw me a little bit. So I did try looking for Coco Dash EP. I tried, just some combination of this over here, but nothing was. And it looks pretty good. Not to say that back in the day someone couldn't have produced something like this homemade, but it looks like it might have been something more production run. But hard to say.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll have to go through some old rainbows from the 89-90 time period and see if I can see anybody was advertising EPROM programmer.
Yeah, I looked at archive.org in the Rainbow magazine, and nothing. I couldn't come up with any combination of a search that led me anywhere. So, but
no, you're pretty off at that point. You pretty have to go through the ads one by one until you see
right.
something.
Yeah, because it's something that because if it didn't index it, if it didn't OCR it properly or something, it wouldn't pick it up.
You could try the Rainbow Index though. If they reviewed it at some point, it should be able to find it by the word
that's true.
EPROM.
Yeah, I can do that. Yep. Okay. Well, I guess I'll give you guys a future update on this in here if I find out some more information about it. So, okay.
Yeah, but I would definitely try that exec trick because it looks like that EPROM probably doesn't auto start.
Okay.
In case you want to test the one you're burning, maybe you just burnt it. You want to reboot it into that one in particular. You don't want the other one to try to take over, so they probably don't have it auto starting.
Right. That would make sense. Okay. Let's see here. Slide that off to the side here. Okay, the next thing I want to show you was a book, and surprisingly enough, I thought I had most of the books, but I did not have this one. Come on. Boy, now my camera's just I had it all pre-programmed. There we go. There we go. There we go. So, color computer graphics. I thought maybe I had them all, but this one I did not have in my collection there. So,
I don't think I've even heard of this one.
yeah, it's part of the Clark book. Yep, very good. Yeah, because they kind of have that sort of look to it. Yeah, it's a Clark book. So, but and I have I think I have all the rest of the Clark books because they do. Well, not on this one here, but some of the Clark books they list the other books in their series and stuff like that. They'll say like also available, and they'll list some of the other ones by Ron.
Inside back cover.
Yeah, the inside back cover looked like it had a list.
Did it? Did I miss something there?
Books from ArcSoft per publishers.
Yeah, and this talks a little bit about the Z80 Timex, IBM, Atari, Apple, color computer.
Oh,
it doesn't have anything specific to the Coco or Ron.
Yeah, I know there's some of them that have. Let's see here. Can I reach over my shoulder far enough here? I've been steadily going through all my books and getting them sorted out onto a cart here, trying to get all my.
That says Color Computer Book 6 right at the top.
Dude.
Yep. Okay. Hey, you know what? Good eye there. Let's take a look here. Let me just.
Yeah. Do you have them all? Do you have a complete set now?
Well, let's find out here. So,
Or at
okay,
least
so
up to six?
here's 6. Let me do a quick little Let me do a quick little sort. Okay, so we've seen the 101, and that says book 1. So, and then here's your 55, book 2, and then 55 more is 3, and then Color Computer Songbook, that's 4, and then my buttons are blue.
What the heck?
Yeah, it's for the color computer. Yep, I think it's like some songs and things like that. But that's 5.
And then 6 you just showed us.
Yep, and then 6 down here, right here. So yeah, I guess I don't know. I wonder if there's 6 in the series. I guess we'll have to find out. So
Bingo.
Now you have a complete set then, as far as we know, unless it went past that.
Right.
I've never seen that love one though. That's different.
Well, I mean, us Coco users, we can be a little passionate too, can't we? So lovable.
Indeed.
It says, did you read the bottom on the front cover there?
What's that?
It says written by a color computer, edited by Ron Clark.
Oh, okay. Oh, there we go.
AI, I guess.
AI back in the
That'd
day.
be interesting if it actually was.
Yeah,
Like Mellow Minds or something.
Each poem in this book has been written by a Radio Shack TRS-80 color computer. Sure, I taught the computer how to write sentences and how to create verses and gave it vocabulary. But the sections of individual words and the creation of some of the very thoughtful, provoking love poems was done entirely by the computer.
Oh, this ought to be good.
Okay, Mark, we want you to do a dramatic reading of these on the next Game On challenge.
There you go.
Oh, that's a whole series for CoCoNation. It's
Yeah,
dramatic.
we should do one of these a week or something like that. Just
yeah.
Yeah, it's just the you can see here it's a whole series of just here I probably hold this a little bit better for you guys, but yeah, you can see here it's just a whole series of
Does it have the program?
Oh, that'd be neat.
Yep, there you go.
There you go.
Oh.
Oh wow.
so
Now you can
you can kind of
expand
see,
on
here's a whole bunch of data statements with all these different words.
Yeah, it'll probably be like adjectives and adverbs and then verbs and
all
nouns.
this, and then here's the actual meat and
Right.
potatoes right here. Then so
a bunch
Read
of
a
R&D
poem.
statements, I bet.
Read a poem. It may not be worth actually.
Or it'll put a poem together better than AI does today.
yeah, I don't know. It's round beautiful boats, shiny damply behind the barn. When drunken wealthy dreamers talk snappily above the clouds. Rain great buttons, grind consistently forever, and timely feeling devils run smoothly in the kitchen. So anyway,
Oh, that's worth it, I think.
That made absolutely no sense.
That's the beauty of it.
I want to see the program listing of what he used. Is it in the book? Is the program listing
Yeah,
in the
he
book?
showed it earlier.
Yeah, just a second. Yeah, here it is right here.
Oh, okay. Yeah, sorry about that.
Now, let's take those and feed them to ChatGPT and ChatGPT to
There you go. There you go. Let's see what we can generate there. So there we
Now,
go.
Does anybody is that book archived anywhere, or is it one of those things that you got to find?
Looking real quick here, Ron Clark. I just happen to have it open here. Whoops. Clark.
By the
doesn't
way,
have
David
too
Ladd
many-
suggests we should get the sound speech cartridge to read it out.
Oh, there we go.
Ooh.
No, I only see one Ron Clark book out on the Color Computer Archive. So yeah, there we go. We'll have to. I didn't know if I ever have I not shown this book before on the show. Maybe I haven't. So.
Not that I remember,
Okay.
but I've
You
missed a
would've
few shows.
remembered,
So.
yeah.
I mean, if we had the same reaction as we're having today, then yeah, I would think I would remember that one. So anyway, okay. So yep, it's kind of fun. But yes, I think maybe we should have Mark do a dramatic reading at the beginning of each. We'll start each show with a poem, a little bit of poetry or something. So
Yeah, with an artistic flair to it, like not just a deadpan either. Like
yeah,
put some
and we'll have
emotion
to-
into it.
And we'll have to maybe get some sort of background music created by the Coco there. So
Yeah. By the way, he's not hearing any of this. He's on a call right now, so
okay.
Right.
we'll surprise
By
him
the
after
way-
he's off the call.
Hey, Brian,
So yes.
I have a Intronics EPROM burner that's a card size like you have, but it
Yep,
has a
yep.
white cover on it. So it wouldn't
Yep.
be Intronics, would it?
No, I have an Intronics and it looks a little different than that one. But I know which one you're referring to, Ron.
Yeah, well, maybe it's a different model.
That's
Does the
possible.
Circuit
That's
board
possible.
look the same to you?
Well,
No, the circuit boards are different between the two.
I noticed your circuit board has no mounting provisions either. There are no holes for screws or posts or anything.
Yeah, I'm just
may
looking
have
to
always
see
been
here.
Just a bare board.
Let's see. So we're not looking at a white screen there. Where is it at? Here, hold on. Let me stand up here. Oh,
have
shoot. I thought I had it
screws?
handy right here. I thought I had I have two different versions of the Intronics, and it doesn't look like either one of them. But all of a sudden, it's not jumping out at me here. Otherwise, I'd
Well,
pull it off
do
the
you-
shelf right now. So
Well.
I could show you mine quick if you want to see it.
Mark won't be able to
All right,
switch over
Ron.
the screen, so we'll have to wait.
Oh, okay.
Calm down, Ron. Calm down.
I'm not showing what you think,
okay.
Santa Claus.
So here's the next thing here, and I didn't see this out on the archive, and it's like really pristine shape here.
I have or had one of those.
Yeah, so did they have a different series of catalogs, I'm assuming, throughout the years or something like that? Or, different.
They didn't start those up till a little bit later. So the first couple of years that Sundog was around, they didn't hand catalogs up like this. But
Okay.
later on, they handed them out at Rainbow Fest and Coco Fest.
But it's laid out pretty nicely. I mean, they have, had their typical, graphics and that they had there, but kind of goes through the whole thing and gives a nice little summary of some of the different games that their offerings that they had at the time.
Yeah, I don't know if I still have mine. It might still be around, but it was the exact same ones, even same color cover and everything.
You could even send here good old COD. I remember that. COD charges and stuff like that.
Just rip the cover off and send it in.
Right.
Right.
So I thought that was kind of nice. Now the buyer that I bought this from was one of the sellers. That had some of the Steve Bjork stuff. So I don't know if maybe this might have been something that Steve Bjork had, but I was kind of scrolling through and I came across this and I recognized the buyer or the seller as one of the guys that was selling the Steve Bjork stuff. So this
Steve probably would have had it because he attended the fest when this was out.
Right. So this might have came from Steve Bjork collection of stuff that got broken up and sold. So with the Sundog, recently I've been getting a number of floppy disks through some different acquisitions, and so I was going to share some of those, and they are all Sundog related here. So here's one. So Curtis, you and I were talking about this SoundTrax.
Yeah. Yep.
So here's disc. Well, let's see here. Get them in the order here. So I haven't had a chance to really look into this a little bit. Are you kind of familiar with it as far as what it is? And
yeah, it basically takes digitized samples and then you can kind of pitch shift them up and down. So you can digitize any sound effect and make it into a voice, and then you can program the voices in. It actually displays a little keyboard on the screen, and then lets you mix multiple ones together, etc. So it's like a digitized sampler musical program. It's kind of like the Coco cheap version of mod files almost.
Now, could a person, after you've tweaked something like that, could you save that and then you could use it in a game or something that you were designing? Or
you definitely can save it. I can't remember if there was a driver to run it as part of a game, or if it was just meant to be more like a musical program with instead of having to send discs, like 500 discs with samples of every single instrument known to man, you could just digitize the ones you wanted yourself and use them to write whatever music you were doing.
So there's no hardware with this?
Nope. Runs completely out of the 6-bit DAC.
Wow.
Coco 3 required, though.
And then
it's got 4 flippies.
What's up?
It's got 4 flippies. That's 8 discs worth of software.
Yep. The program itself is actually, I think, only 1, and the rest is all samples and.
Oh, so this is like a Mellotron that had little tape snippets that it would play, and then you could play them faster or slower to change the pitch and so forth. Except
I can't remember if it stretched them out so the length was still the same, or if you hold down the key. I haven't used it in quite a while. Cool. But yeah, I bought it too. So
did you try and fire it up, Brian?
No, I haven't done anything with it yet. No. So it's all.
That'd be a good one to do a demo on, actually, either on the show or at a fest or both.
Okay, I can do it. Well, and speaking of demo, I also this popped up as well. Now this one's a handwritten label, but it does say SoundTrax demo, copyright 1989, 1990.
Oh, okay. I don't have that one. If it's any different than the actual disc.
Yeah,
what's the other side look like?
Just
we can't see it. We can't see it.
I know. I'm trying to read it, Ron.
Trying to read it.
Ninja.
We could too.
Ninja up sounds. So, but well, the way my camera is, Ron, I'm looking at it upside down. So, so you guys can see it properly. So
Ninja rap sounds. He did the. Come Gotta Be Ninja. Might have been SoundTrax to do like the sound effects of the punches and kicks.
Maybe.
And
yep. So you'll have to spin it up on a disc there and stuff like that. Get it all. But so this might be kind of fun.
Is there anything on the? I wonder if there's anything on the archive.
This was not on the archive. So
the demo for sure isn't. Is SoundTrax though?
I don't remember if that was. I think SoundTrax was.
Yeah, I think even the manual scan it. It's a hefty manual. It's not a 4-page or anything like the games are.
Yeah, SoundTrax. I think it's out there. There's a couple discs, and there is the there is a manual that goes along with it. So yeah, and I can't remember if I got the manual with it. Some of these auctions, it was broken apart with software and manuals all separate, which is kind of frustrating. But anyway.
Yeah, I have the manual here. Actually, it's probably on my shelf.
And then along with that Sundog, a lot of these you guys have seen though, but it's always I always kind of enjoy getting the original software. So here's some of the Sundog pieces, just the software, and I'm sure most of these are going to be familiar to most of you guys, but I thought maybe I'd show them, and maybe Curtis might be one that's I'm assuming we have all the Sundog out there, but maybe not. So
pretty close if we don't. I think Champion. I'm trying to remember that one. Did that one get corrupted when we tried to rip it way back when? That one you might want to redo with a grease weasel or something.
Okay.
Look at how the printer printed the eye in between before they had thought about.
Oh yeah, no
correcting
proportional
for space. Yeah.
No kerning. Yeah.
Champ Ion.
Paladin's Legacy. That's a good Ultima style game.
And then
one of the three. That's a graphic adventure game.
And then I know this one's out there. So
yeah, that's a Coco 1 and 2 karate kung fu game.
Okay, there you go. So yeah, so that was that. I mean, I know there's other Sundog softwares out there though, but these were just ones that I happened to pick up.
Yeah, I would check
recently.
the archive to see if Champion's on there, because I know Champion. I've got it on my site because I have it myself, and I had a ripped copy that was working, but apparently somebody had said that it crashed partway through, so it doesn't fully play. However, I ripped it. I think it might have been the old Cat Weasel, which I didn't really know what I was doing, and it had boarded off Tim Linder. So now that we've got people that are experts on grease weasels now, I think we should probably re-rip it if that's the case.
I do see, just quickly looking here, I do see the manual for Champion, but I don't see a disc image for it though.
Yeah, then we should Cat Weasel it and throw it on there, I think.
And here's some other games here, and I haven't had a chance to look at any of these discs, so this could be more just show and tell, and maybe, I didn't see some of these on there, so there was a bit of a mix. So some of this, the next things I'm going to show you here, some of these might actually be non-Coco related, but it was all amongst these other Coco discs. So this one I did see out there. This is it's Cave Hunter.
I mean, there's a Cave Hunter from Mark Data Products from like 1981 before we even had disk drives. So.
Oh, okay. So I'm not sure. Like I said, this isn't a handwritten thing. It's kind of like stamped on there. So, but no traditional label.
Now it does say Mark Data Products in the bottom, and that is who sold Cave Hunter. So maybe they did make a disc version later on.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry, my hand was covering that up. So yeah, thank you.
So they might have, like the original Cave Hunter, the cassette version is one of those ones that if you tried to run on this system would just crash because it assumed the graphic screen is at a certain point. It's not. On a disk system, it's a different spot. So this might be when they fixed it up for discs specifically. It's a semi-graphics game, so a nickel like that.
Oops. There we go. Let me get there. Now you guys can a little more full screen here. Here's one that's called Death Hunt.
Yeah, that's one I have some other B&B software. I think that's one of the ones I'm missing. I don't know if that's on the archive or not, so that I definitely would want a copy of it. It shouldn't be copy protected either.
Phoenix Labyrinth?
That one I'm not familiar with. What's the copyright date? Is that 88 or 89?
88.
Huh.
So let's see about that one there. And here's one called Russian Campaign.
Sportswear is definitely Coco. So I don't think I have that one. I don't know if it's on the archive.
Okay. This one I know is out there, though. Grand Prix.
Can't read that. Is that Dicom?
Yeah, this is Dicom. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah. So these are going to be some Dicom
Grand Prix
discs here.
Challenge.
So,
yeah.
Yep. So here's Gates of, is it?
Yeah, there should be a couple discs in that
Delirium.
set.
Yep.
That was our first Ultima clone.
Yep. So here's this here. Yep. Here's one here, Bouncing Boulders.
Yep. I think we played it on the challenge not too long ago. And there you got the actual Dicom disc sleeves. Those are cool.
Oh, yeah. Knockout.
That's their Punch-Out clone. One of the earliest ones, one of the first two he made, actually, for his own company.
And then this is the duplicate, though. But here's Tom Mix. Here's a Vegas Games Pack.
Yep. That's one of several games packs. Tom Mix did one, and then Nelson Software Systems did another.
Okay. Miss Maze.
That's a Miss Pac-Man clone.
Whoops. There we go. And then this one here, I thought it was a good old Alan Huffman, Invaders.
Yeah, that's included on EOU. I have the original disc of it as well.
Okay. And then here's another Alan Huffman one here, Atlanta.
Yeah, that was an adventure game he made based on the Atlanta Coco Fest from, I think it's the fall of 892. I think that's when they held them. Maybe
Okay.
you guys can correct me if I'm wrong. But I think if I remember correctly, he might have made it. One of them he did with some graphics because he took some digital pictures at the show and he would throw that in as part of the adventure game. You get to see the digitized, pictures of people that were attending. But it's basically an adventure game based on Atlanta Coco Fest, kind of like Steve Bjork did that Marty Goodman Pac-Man style game.
Okay.
Interesting. The serial number is trade.
Yeah, I saw that.
Which means it probably would not have been a sold one.
Yeah, he gave them out, and that would have been a giveaway.
Yeah, there you go.
A very ornate southern-looking hotel it was sit in with crown molding and wainscoting and all of that kind of stuff.
Well, let's see. We got a few more. I got just one more small stack here with some other software. Again, some original stuff here. I'm going to try to pronounce it, but is it VED text editor?
My editor of choice, Bob Vanderpool.
You like this?
At that point, he was in Alberta. He's now in BC, retired.
Okay.
That's the text editor in OS9, Nitrous 9 AOU. I use the absolute most.
Okay, cool.
I'm actually working on patching it for the 639 to speed it up a bit too.
Well, then along the Bob stuff here, then is vprint.
Yeah, that's his print formatter. So you can put little dot commands and format the text.
Okay. Here's this must be it's a sampler thing here for Infocom. The 4-in-1.
Yeah, Infocom put these out because it was basically a way to get people to try out some of the games they were releasing. Of course, they did a ton like the Zork 1, 2, 3, Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, Infidel. There's a bunch of them. And they're considered one of the best of the text adventures. They're a lot more full than, say, Scott Adams. There's a lot more sentence parsing and stuff. So you can type in full sentences. It works. You can combine what would normally be a separate sets of commands in a Scott Adams adventure into a multi thing in one line. And what they did here is they'd give you enough to play the first part of, or maybe the part of the middle of a text adventure game for like a little $5 disc. And if you like those particular adventures, they would assume you then order the full thing.
Oh, okay. Does that tickle your fancy at all, Alan? There.
Yep. I think I have a couple of those in the box on the shelf myself. There's
Excellent.
the 4-in-1 sampler. There's a 4-in-1 sampler number 2, and they have 4 different games on them. So
nice.
What's with the catalog number CD14?
That's from the seller. So you're hitting an itchy point of mine because that drives me nuts when the sellers do this. They put stickers on their things because I have to sit there and try to carefully peel it off without ruining the thing. They do that for themselves. So when they're selling stuff, they get a notification that something is sold, and in the description they have CD14 in their description, and they know what to go grab off the shelf.
But use Post-its.
Something that's not going to stick on there. So yeah.
I mean, in this case, it's not too bad because it's a plain white jacket, it looks like. But if you have one of those like that DICOM one, you don't want a sticker ripping all the ink off.
Post-its.
Yeah, right.
Post-its fall off when you've got a shelf full of about 10,000 items you're listing at once.
Not if you don't juggle them all the time or put your stuff in plastic bags like this.
Right.
Plastic bags were used. So. Sorry.
Here's some Spectral stuff here. So typing tutor by Spectral Associates.
Oh, with the manual too.
Yeah. Here's type assault. So I suppose
these are part of their educational games. I don't know if those are on the archive or not. I got 1 or 2 myself, but
there's TIAS on there.
TIAS, yeah, it does.
I thought this was kind of interesting. I think I'd seen this once before, but I think is it pronounced Elite or Elite? ELITE, Elite. Xfer, and it says Coco to DOS and back.
Yeah, that's their MS-DOS Coco file transfer utility. There's a few companies that made those.
Okay.
And OS9 Nitrous 9 comes with one as well. And what was Tandy's called? Oh, Tandy didn't do an MS-DOS one, though. They did the Disk Basic and OS9, but there's a few that did the PC DOS. In Nitrous 9, we have a utility called PC DOS that basically does the same thing. It allows you to transfer files to MS-DOS disks or from MS-DOS disks.
What kind of files? I guess that's part of those kind of curious about. Would be like
as long as it fits on the disk, you can copy anything on there.
Okay. I don't know if it was like, like mod files or graphics files or
Nope.
whatever.
Anything you want, as long as you're corresponding, like most PC DOS discs 5 1/4s back in the day were 360K. They were double-sided 40 tracks, so you needed the equivalent drive on the Coco to do it. But
did this come about because of BBSs, maybe?
No, it's just to make transferring files easier between platforms. And Elite did a lot of like business software. They did like Elite Word and Elite Calc, and like with basically spreadsheets, word processors. So this made things handy. I can't remember, did Elite make versions of some of their software, I think, for the PC and MS-DOS? So this would have been a way you could say you upgraded from well, in my case, I would say downgraded from a Coco to an IBM PC or something like that, you could move your files across to re-import into the other version.
Okay. Just a couple more here to share with you guys then. Here's Telepatch.
Yep, that's another Bob Vanderpoel product.
Okay.
I remember, yep. And that's basically, it enhances Telewriter 64 by Cognitic.
Cognitic.
That's the name of the company that did Telewriter and Telewriter 64.
Okay. And then King Cottage Industries. I don't know. I thought the name of the company sounded pretty good, but KCal.
That one I'm not familiar with.
Yeah, I haven't had a chance to look at it too closely here. See if it says something just inside here real quick here. Parts of this program were created using, that's that there. Before you start, about the program. KCalc is a calendar generation program. It is based on all the calculations on January 1, 1988. It uses this day to determine leap years and the day of the week a date falls on. So it looks like some sort of a calendar generating program. So
I have no idea if that one's in the archive or not. I'm not familiar with that particular one.
Well, and there's a whole bunch of little things here. There's a whole bunch. Oh, I don't know.
They're sideways. I can't read them.
Oh, sorry. Yep. I was reading for myself there, but anyway.
Disk labeler, it looks like the first one. There's your KCalc. Our edit Rustler. I have no idea what that is either.
So yeah, I'll have to take a look at that one. Like I said, I'm going to have these all in a big pile, and I'm going to keep hammering away at them there. I mean, if there's anything on the archive, then or not. So
yeah, if they are in the archive, check the version numbers, because we have had some instances where, say, a later version came out and somebody has that disc, but the archive has like an old one with bugs and missing features.
And it looks like KCal is like a suite of things. So I saw a sort utility and some other things on that disk that you showed us.
Okay.
So they might not have all of that, even if they have the main, program. Cool.
Right. And then lastly, here is the Coco keyboard software, and it looks like this was for the for that what was the HJL 57, the professional keyboard, and some software that allows.
I think it was for any of the ones that use the extra keys, wasn't it?
Oh, where you had like the F3, F4 type keys.
Yeah, like the Micronics premium keyboard and professional keyboard, the HDL 57, the Keytronics, I think.
Yep.
Where you could program the function keys and stuff. I'm guessing.
If
you open up the manual there, does it mention just the HDL, or does it mention some of the other ones?
Looks like a Coco Mix font.
Yeah. So you got
there's a Micronics.
Micronics. I don't know. I'm not sure what a Deluxe keyboard.
Yeah, Deluxe keyboard. That's the one Tandy sold from the Deluxe.
Yep. That's the only ones that they list here.
Okay, so the Micronics covers the premium and the professional. The HL57, of course, we know that one, and then the Deluxe, which is the one Tandy sold. So basically, it lets you use all the extra keys and puts a little machine language routine in there, so you can use it from BASIC.
So it looks like for this one here, you F2, the function would be 9600 baud, poke to release key. F3 plus shift does a basic list, and shift plus F4 does a cold restart.
Yep, and F1 does a text screen dump to a printer, I'm guessing.
Yep. So anyway, whoops, sorry, but no, that's just a little sampling here of some software that I've recently been acquiring. So, but I thought I'd just give you guys a little taste of some of the stuff here. So, but that's all I got there, Mark. If you want to unhighlight me, unless there's anything else you guys want to see flashed back again.
I definitely think you have some stuff that it's not on the archive, so I would definitely be checking against and see if we can get them. scan backed up.
I'm going to be working on getting this grease weasel going here, and I'm working on that. So, is Mark?
Yeah, I'm
still tied. Oh, okay. I didn't know if I didn't know if you were still tied up on the phone there or something. So anyway,
I'm still looking.
Oh, okay. No, I'm done. Sorry.
All right.
There you go. Thanks, guys. I just wanted to share. No, go ahead.
Oh, go ahead.
No, I was just saying I just wanted to share a few things here. So.
Okay. I know Nick's got an update of sorts that he wanted to tell people about too. So, and he wasn't on when we first talked about it.
Oh, well, I was just going to tell people that I don't have any, my software that I sell off my website. You can't order any physical discs at the moment. The company that I go through for creating the discs, I don't know, they've got some problems. They don't seem to be listing all my programs now, and they don't seem to distribute to anywhere outside of the US. And so I decided I'll ditch all the physical media until I can find some other company to do it. But then I've also been wondering, well, there's no CD-ROM on the Coco, so I don't know what the value is of really, producing software and distributing software on the CD anyway. So I'm sort of trying to come up with either another idea.
I do. I see value in it.
You can't really play it on a Coco. I mean, it's got a nice picture on the cup on the CD, which is cool. But other than that, really, it's just media you can't read on. And a lot of people don't even have a CD on their PCs or their Macs now. I don't think they.
Doesn't there exist an IDE interface for the Coco?
Yes, Glenside sells it or sold it.
Yeah, so if you get a modern CD or modern-ish CD-ROM that is that they're IDE, a lot of them.
See, Nick, I got them.
Oh wow.
Now, one thing I had suggested to Nick, because we talked about this privately after he found out that it was a Kunaki, I think is the name of the company we're dealing with.
Yeah.
When they were started having these issues. If you guys remember when we talked about the game Them for the MC10, which came in a nice fancy, jewel case and everything else too, like Nick's does, he actually sells it with a little slot to put his SD card in, which is much more popular on modern machines. Pretty well everybody will have those. Whereas, CD-ROM and DVD-ROM drives are getting rarer and rarer on machines. So would that be another option? Does anybody know of a place that would do the manufacturing of said jewel case with the color artwork, et cetera, that Nick could use instead of Kunaki?
If anyone has any ideas, I mean, I thought of physical media. You could probably distribute on an SD card, maybe. You can plug it into a Coco SDC, but I don't know.
Wasn't the place there where Stevie was selling his swag stuff? Didn't they have DVDs that you could buy?
Wasn't that Kunaki or was that somebody else?
No, that was the company. That was the same company.
Oh, okay.
That's who I've been using, and they've been good. But yeah, lately, I don't know, they're changing, or I've had a few people say, well, I can't order anything because they won't post it to me if they live in Europe or I think I had a few from Spain that they said, oh, Spain's not on the
UK, etc.
Yeah, the one the other day was from the UK. I said, well, it's strange. I'm sure they've posted to UK before, so I don't know what's changed there.
Post office rules?
Yeah, Customs Europe hit me over the head I spent about a month sending a package to Brussels. It used to be easy, and it was a nightmare. So that could be part of it.
So I still sell everything, of course, as a digital download, or I email it out to you. But yeah, I know for people who would like a physical thing on the shelf, like Alan and Mark having the full collection there.
Hey.
Look at it.
Yeah, I only have partial collection myself, so
I've only got a few of them, dude.
I know Kunaki wouldn't take it back when I tried to send Neutroid back, but I think they sent it to Sloopy instead.
Hey.
That's awesome.
So yeah, anyone who knows of another company that does on-demand distribution.
Yeah, I'm wondering the guy that did them for the MC10. I don't know who he goes through. He's obviously got multiple tiers too. He has that outside box as well. But if he's like, he's sold it, I know he sold it in Europe and in North America himself. So obviously he's still able to do it. But I don't know if he maybe manufactures that and ships it from his own, abode.
I'm trying to keep one that's fairly low cost because
yeah,
I don't want people to have to pay $50 for a game,
What about that company that Deep Roost used to make that 40th anniversary book?
Do they do jewel cases and stuff?
No idea, but it's a company that at least produces books.
Mm.
I could find the name.
Anyway, yeah, so that's the only news I have.
Okay.
By the way, I don't know if you guys have been following the chat there, but rather interesting conversation going on. A person named Ishy, I'm not sure what his full name is. He says, "Hi, I'm trying to find some software I wrote back in 82 or 83. Bob Rosen sold it for me, so that's Spectrum Projects for those who don't know. It was named Hidden Basic Cassette Only. It's not one I'm familiar with. I faintly remember the name from ads, but it's not something I ever had. I don't know if anybody's had a chance to check the archive to see if it's there or not, but he mentions that it was all lost in a fire about 89, which is terrible to hear. Hopefully somebody does have it.
What was the name of it again?
Hidden Basic.
It's a cassette-based program.
Let's see here. I'm just going to check a spreadsheet real quick here, but I'm going to have to step away here. But let's see here. Boom.
Does anybody check the archive to see if it's on there?
I just did, yeah. And I didn't see anything on the archive there, at least the way I spelt it. So.
Do you spell like Mark?
Maybe.
Both great minds.
Whoops. Let's see here.
And Ishy, if you have time to type that in, what exactly did Hidden Basic do? Was it just to hide the program so you couldn't list it, or kind of curious? I kind of faintly remember the ad for it, but I don't think I ever had it.
Yeah, I know. I'm not seeing anything come up in the spreadsheet that I have that potentially I may have had it and as part of a larger lot that I have, but I didn't see it there. But he said he sold it through Spectral? Is that what he said?
Spectrum Projects.
Okay, Spectrum. Okay.
Bob Rosen.
Yeah. Also sold one of the early Coco BBSs.
Oh yeah, the Coco BBS, yeah.
I want to get a T-shirt like Brian's.
Oh, strong.
Okay.
Second favorite thing. So
next up we had Alan.
Okay, just real quick, I had a couple of acquisitions here recently. The first one are these little guys. It's the light's kind of odd on them, but what it is it's a 44 pin to 40 pin adapter and 6309 44 pin microprocessor with a socket, so you can adapt the 44 pin Hitachi 6309 into a 40 pin machine like a Coco. Got a couple of those little kits from Digicool Things in Australia. And one of the things I want to play with them with is this little bad boy here, the SST 6809, which I got recently. It's a 6809 single board computer with a 6350 ACIA serial chip, little USB connector, and some other fun stuff. 512K banked RAM. But the banking is different than what the Coco does. And it's got this really cool little expansion bus called the M8 expansion bus that there are several other cards available for it, including something very similar to the Supersprite FM Plus. So Yeah, I've already got a bunch of stuff that I've gotten up and running on this. I've been putting up on my blog. It's built by a guy that goes on the Discord by the name of Captain Kirchhoff, and the plans and things are available on GitHub. So catch up with me on the Discord if you're interested in more about it. There's a lot in the 6809 single board computer channel on the Discord. Been talking about it, but this thing is just a whole lot of cool and a whole lot of fun. And the thing that I'm doing with it right now is going through Lance Leventhal's 6809 book. All of the code in Lance Leventhal's book runs on this with almost zero modification because there's nothing in the bottom of memory where all of Leventhal's examples work. So whenever you try to run those on a Coco, you have to move them. And then you have to readjust all of the addresses and things like that to get them to run on the Coco. But this little guy, you can just type him right on in. It's got Assist09 built in ROM. It's got 32K of bankable ROM choices that you can play with as well. So yeah, that's just what I've been wasting my time with lately.
Cool.
That is cool.
How do you hook keyboard and video to it, or what is it?
This little tiny USB hole right here is a serial port. That serial port on a Linux box, I use Minicom, but on a Windows machine, you could use something like Hyperterminal and connect to the USB port. That's serial. Now you can take off the little USB daughter board thing, and there's a serial connection that you can wire directly to if you want. And it just
it's a dumb terminal.
Go ahead.
It uses a dumb terminal, basically.
Yeah, you can use a dumb terminal. I prefer a smarter one, but
yeah.
Some of the stuff you can do with the smarter terminal program, like the Minicom that I use, is you can adjust things like the spacing between when characters send, so you can really push the speed of copying things from the terminal into the memory on here up to 115K. So that's that works out pretty well. So when I want to shove in an 8K program, I don't have to wait 5 minutes for it to do it, like 300 baud days, watching it type it in. No, it just shoves over pretty quick. And I've got on my webpage, I've got links to a bunch of stuff that I've already ported to run on this, like the Simon monitor and an 8K monitor assembler called Buggy and some other stuff. So anyway.
Neat.
Yeah. More 6809.
Could you put a 6309 in there?
Actually, Captain Kirchhoff put one in it by default, and the 60 and the Hitachi 63 version of the ACIA chip. So instead of a 6850, it has a 6350.
Nice.
Yeah, very cool. That's a little tiny board with a whole lot of fun. And he's got other boards that go with it as well. There's a yes, there's a real-time clock.
Woohoo!
There's a serial port board. There's a kind of a multi-port board. Then now the Supersprite kind of was it V9918, something like that. TI video chip. That game board, he's working on that, and it should be ready for prime time here pretty shortly. Then I'm looking forward to that, because then you could plug in the keyboard and a video screen and all that fun stuff.
Then pretty soon it looks like a TI 99 expansion port.
Except it stacks up instead of all off to the side.
Okay.
Oh, right. It's not 8 foot wide. It's just
yeah, it just becomes this brick. He's got on one of his wiki pages, he's got the example picture of the game board stacked on top of the multi-port board. So it's just like growing. And at that point, the power draw becomes too much for the USB. So it's got a wired up power connector that you can just connect more power. So it'll power all the little daughter boards as they stack on. Anyway.
Alan, do you think you can arrange to have him come on to talk about this?
Well, we're all on the same Discord. We can all ask.
Well, just since you actually have the product there, I think you're probably more familiar with it to ask him about it.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I'll mention it to him. I talk to him all the time. So.
Cool.
You all can. He's on the Discord. And if you're not on the Discord, well, there's maybe a reason why. Get on the Discord.
I wanted to mention about Ishy asking about his program here, so I'm just going to share my screen because I found an ad for it. So this is a Spectrum Projects ad. I happened to pick the November '83 issue of Rainbow. It might have came out earlier than that, but right down here is Hidden Basic. And basically, it's a program written to protect your basic programs. So modifies basic so that these commands will not function. Clone or clone M, so you can't load some little utility to get around it. C-save and C-save M, so you can't, copy the program using normal means. Del and edit, so you can't edit the source and you can't list it to a printer or to the screen. So it basically disables all the stuff that would let somebody kind of, make copies of it or cheat and look through the code to figure out how to solve an adventure game or something. So I was right in my guess is what it was because I faintly remember the ad for it, but I've never actually seen it running, so that'd be interesting to find. Did anybody get a chance to check the archive to see if it's on there, or the archives, I should say?
Didn't find it as Hidden Basic. It's not there.
Okay.
It's hidden.
It's working.
Okay, wait, Nick's fully awake now.
I have a little something to share that I don't have to share the screen for, but it's Michael Pitsley texted me, said, Ron, I'm having trouble loading up Gin Champion on the Coco 3 with the gimme. When you get a chance, could you see if it's mine or if it's the Coco 3 gimme thing or what, and I tried mine and it worked. It didn't work. And so he goes, well, that's good.
Ron, is that based on you trying the cartridge original or a
no, this
copy?
is on the SDC. And I'm thinking, well, I said,
DOS version.
I said, he says, it seems like it's a thing since I can't load checkers either from the SDC. And I said, Gin Champ don't work on a gimme and a non-gimme machine. It both crashed when it started. And I'm thinking, you ought to call, get in touch with you, L Curtis, because you have all that information. And it's probably maybe a mode that Coco 3 doesn't do. And
no, it just should be a P mode 1 or maybe one of the lower ones. It should be a mode that works. It might have been whoever copied the cartridge saved the whole 32K, even though the cartridge is probably 8K or something like that, and it's trying to overload the gimme registers and trashing it. Or there's some stuff like SDC DOS is not always compatible with RS-DOS. You have that option. You can do that command on the SDC to force it to run disk basic instead.
Yeah,
it could be something like that.
He asked me to bring it up because he always watches the show later. He can't be on the show. He would like to be on the show, but he can't. And he'd appreciate, some kind of idea of what's going on with it. He went to your games thing and it says it's supposed to run in 1, 2, or 3, but
yeah, and I took those shots from an emulator, so it should have worked at some point. I haven't tried it on real hardware in so long that I can't remember if I. And you said it doesn't work on a Coco 1 or 2 either?
No, it works on the Coco 1 and 2.
Oh, okay.
But we thought maybe it was, our first thought is it's graphics mode that.
No, it's not semi-graphics, so it definitely is supported because they made those backwards compatible, so that for sure works.
So maybe it was a copying error.
Yeah, I'm guessing, or like I said, they overloaded past,
Yeah,
like
I
the gimme
told
it took another page of memory away from a high IO area that the Coco 1 and 2 programs that would have no idea would have existed. So a lot of stuff that was made for 64K did have problems.
Yeah, a lot of times, a lot of the stuff you transfer over onto your SD card is just either missing, or corrupted, or didn't work, or something's wacky about it.
Yeah, and there's a few programs in the archive that are just screwed up. Like they don't work on anything properly. I've hit a few
Okay.
of those.
All right.
I've been trying to, send fixes to agreement, whenever that happens. But I mean, I obviously haven't checked all thousands and thousands of programs in the archive.
Okay.
Do you have the original
So-
cartridge version to try, just see if it works?
No, I didn't. At least I don't have it with I have like a box full of carts that it doesn't include those. I might have more out in the garage that I didn't go look.
Okay,
late.
because that would be interesting to see if the cartridge itself had a problem, because maybe there's some self-modifying code
think
attempt
he-
to copy protection or something.
I think he does have the cartridges and they work.
Yeah. Otherwise, I would have to kind of go through the code and in a
Yeah.
debugger and see what's causing it.
So I have a quick non-acquisition to report if we've got time.
Okay.
So I use this programmer a lot, but it doesn't fit. I mean,
That's an
obviously
EPROM
it's-
programmer?
Yeah,
Mark,
an
can you zoom it
EPROM
up?
thing,
There
and
we go.
it's
Thanks.
dip things, right? So the old chips that we use, it didn't come with an adapter for it, and I had to make one. So okay, that's expected. The new one, I was smart. I picked a chip that comes with an adapter that fits right in my EPROM programmer, so I don't have
there
to do
you
any
go.
work, right? Except it doesn't work.
What?
So I had to make a different one that converts my 28 pin into a 24 pin skinny dip. So it drops into my EPROM programmer and life is good. Ta-da, we're good to go, except it still doesn't work because this variant of the 22 V10 is different than the variants that this programmer supports. So I've been spinning my wheels all week. I just needed to express my frustration for a moment. So.
Is it programmer support, or is it programmer support hardware, or is it programmer support software?
Well, the interesting thing is there's a bunch of chips that are compatible with the old 22 V10, but none of them program exactly like the old 22 V10. They're all the same in the application board. You plug them into something, they work fine.
Logically, they work the same.
But getting them programmed is its own little world, and this programmer supports several variants of this exact part number, but not this one. So this is a 22 CV, ATF 750C 7JX. It's often the sub variants where it doesn't work on this specific program.
What is the part name again?
It is an Atmel ATF 750C, which
I've got a little different programmer that has got a pretty wide range. I can check and see if that one will work on mine.
So the 750C is the one you're having trouble with?
Yes. I've got some dips that work, but I obviously want to use the smaller package on my ROM pack board.
Okay, because I use on the Linux side, I use a command line programming tool called MiniPro with my T48. So I'm just wondering if maybe MiniPro can program it because MiniPro will work with your programmer if you've got the, what did you call it, the TL866.2?
Yeah, the thing everyone else has. Yeah, exactly.
MiniPro will work with that. Now I just need to see if MiniPro will support the ATF 750C like right off the rip or something like that, because that's a programmer thing more than it
exactly.
That's a software thing more than it is a programmer thing, unless you got voltages that are out of range for the programmer.
It's the ATF 22 V10.
You can't get those anymore. You get other variants of it, like the 750C, which works for the Target app, but not.
Which one do you actually have?
I have the 750C.
What's the full number?
ATM 750C.
Okay, I'll look it up and see if I got
ATF, alcohol, tobacco, and
ATF.
firearms. Yes.
750C.
Sounds like a party.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah, David Ladd's asking in the chat. He says, is the difference the voltage or programming delay?
I believe the C, they actually changed the voltage. That's what happened on the dip switch. But
Yeah.
I don't have an option for the 28-pin version.
Yeah, the T48 won't program it.
Why not?
It's not listed.
What about the 54? It's got a lot more.
So MiniPro has a test profile available for the ATF 750C.
Really?
Yep.
Cool. I will search that
And that's
up.
on the TL866-2 Plus.
Another $10 and you could have got it.
What's a test profile?
As in, like, it looks like it just says ATF 750C dash test. So that's the device name that pops up when I query MiniPro to see what it's got for ATF 750.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, it's worth a shot. Otherwise, I've got to search for a different chip. You know, I haven't extended it, hit all my possibilities yet. I just bought the first one that was cheap and I could find that was probably real and not, you know, artificial.
And can be programmed how you need it.
Like I say, you can buy them for $6. You can buy them for $1.50. Which ones do you think will really program?
Okay,
So
and
anyway.
I know you're running a TL866-2 Plus, but MiniPro apparently will also support on the T58 the ATF 750C in its test/custom profile. Literally what I'm seeing when I ask MiniPro to look for ATF 750, it comes up with let's see, it comes up with ATF 750C-test, open parentheses, custom close parentheses. So I haven't looked into that. I haven't looked deeply into what MiniPro supports, but it looks like the MiniPro programming software may very well work for this.
Well, I got 3 of them to burn up either way, so I'll give it a shot. Right? Well, thank you. I appreciate the help.
You're welcome.
Henry, you got a link for MiniPro?
What's that?
You got a link for MiniPro? I was trying to search for it.
Just a moment.
Thank you. Oh, I think I found it on GitHub.
Yeah, it's on GitHub. It's David Griffith on GitLab.
Okay, there's one on GitHub too, Blurpy. Okay, thanks.
Okay, either way.
Yeah, I'd like to find another programmer besides the TL866.
Here it is. Oh, you mean another hardware?
They have newer versions.
Yeah, everyone uses this thing or the newer version of it, but they seem to be really similar. It's just a new case.
No one seems to use them of significant amounts.
I've had good luck with ones from EE Tools, but they're rather pricey.
Yeah, literally, I have all 3 generations of the TL866, and certain devices I have to program with one, other devices I have to program with the other.
Right.
I mean, literally, I have some 27C256s. They won't program in the 2 Plus. They keep giving me errors. They'll program in the T48, and then other chips from the same supply will only work in the TL866A. They won't program in the 2 Plus or the T48.
That's why you collect the whole set.
Right.
It's like hockey cards.
Exactly.
Then some devices I have, they won't program on any of the 3 of them.
I have some of those.
I mean, it looks like, Rick, you got a few people you can definitely ask for some help on. David Ladd's still suggesting stuff in the chat too, but I don't want to turn this into a
Yeah, no, I appreciate
a
the help,
4-hour
everyone.
EPROM programming conversation.
I just thought it was interesting that I did this and I did that and I did the other thing, and I'm right back where I started, except now I've made all of these cute little soldered together things. So I've been getting my electronics hobby in without actually moving forward in any way. That's good.
Of course you've been moving forward. You've been figuring out things that don't work.
Don't work.
Yeah, you got to go through those, then you get to the ones that do work.
Being into retro, what is this forward thing you guys are talking about?
Well, Rick, I have a handful of those little handmade adapters also.
Right. Keep a roll of bodge wire just for making them up.
Yep, I've got a bunch myself.
I don't know where I put them, but yeah, I got them somewhere.
I mean, the thing came with like 62 different adapters, but none have I needed so far.
Yeah, here's an adapter for you.
Oh, God have mercy.
Right. There is an adapter.
And
but it works.
Here's a different adapter.
Hang on, let me get you blown up here. There you go.
Yeah.
All right, show us again.
Zip socket into a zip socket with the coprocessor and
And show your first one again, Sloopy, because the viewers probably couldn't see it either.
In front of your face. Otherwise,
there you go.
Nice. Look at that stack.
They're for programming these.
Wow.
They go into 2364 sockets, and you program them. They have 1 megabit EPROM in them.
So when you burn them, do they smell a little different?
Yes, they go from a nutty type smell to a coconut type smell.
There you go.
A couple of them have a nice strawberry smell.
Strawberry.
So,
Anybody else have any project updates or acquisitions they want to talk about? Doesn't look like it.
Okay, so time for commercial.
Yeah, and Sloopy, are you ready to do the game on challenge when we come back?
absolutely.
Hey, Amy. Hey, Taylor. We're watching the CoCoNation show. Yeah, we are. Woo! You should too.
Hello everyone, it's your good buddy, your good pal Amigo, and joined by that dastardly The Brent from ARG Presents.
You're watching CoCoNation.
I feel like this should have been longer.
The CoCoNation show would like to thank the following patrons: AC's 8-Bit Zone, Alex Gare, Brendan Donahue, Brian Walsh, Brian Weasler, Ciaran Anscomb, Coconut Bob, Daddy Burrito, David Ladd, Derek Smithson, Diego BF109, Don Barber, Eric Canales, Frederick Sigard, Glen Hewlett, Graham Wapke, Grant Leedy, Henry Strickland, Jason Warnes, Justin Larson, Ken Reichard, Kevin Holloway, Paul Fiscarelli, R. Allen Murphy, Retro Tech Time, Rob Inman, Rocky Hill, Steve Batson, The Break Key, TJB Chris, Tom C., Tom Gunderson, Tom S., William Athing. Thank you so much, patrons. If you would like to support the CoCoNation show, sign up at patreon.thecoconation.com.
Welcome to everybody's favorite segment, Who's New to Discord?
Dwayne says, hi all. Been a coconut since getting one for grade school grad. Did a newsletter for a local group in the 80s. Gonna name drop Curtis Boyle. We both started our computer careers out on these. Spidersbox says, hello all, name is Walter R. Started playing with the Coco in the early 80s, eventually I had them all. 1, 2, 3 and MC10. Added a printer parallel port to my disk controller, added a hard drive, fun stuff. Just bought a Coco 3 and a Coco 2 from eBay, along with a disk controller and floppies. Also bought a 512K upgrade and Coco SDC from Cloud9. Can't wait for it to show up. The previous bios were edited for time. Thanks to Frederick Micro Hobbyist Sigard, Glenside Computer Club, Paul Fiscarelli, Paul Shoemaker, Tandy Color Computer 3, and the CoCoNation patrons for boosting the server. Please consider joining Discord and visiting the welcome section to read these bios in full and see what the community has to offer. Just go to discord.thecoconation.com.
See you on Discord.
Hey there, everybody. Welcome to the CoCoNation Game On Challenge of the Week results video. This week we played Jubilex. We had a total of 18 players. We had Frank S. with 7,310, Mike with 7,815, David Ladd, 9,120, Retro Rick, 11,535, Bill Athing, 15,615, Frederick, 15,805, Leap, 17,120, Canadian Retro Things, 19,180, L Curtis Boyle, 21,200, Ed Rhodes, 21,550, Jim Rye, 21,715, Jason Warrens, 22,800, Damon Beals, 26,330, Coconut Bob, 30,185, Tasman, 32,905, Kieran, 44,060, Sloopy Malibu, 107,985. And this week's number one score belongs to Dr. Ted with 149,235.
Wow.
Thanks everybody that played. We'll see you again next week.
I was sure it was going to be the last one.
And the CoCoNation salutes Dr. Ted.
Salute!
So,
All
I
right.
played this game as well. I think I got a score about 1,500, but I guess I forgot to go post it. But the little bug with VCC kept me from screenshotting the score, though.
Yeah, quite a few people had that issue. And my biggest recommendation was to just run XROAR. So, seems that we had a great time with it. I mean, we had quite a few people playing. I looked around in Rainbow Magazine and I could not find any reviews on it. I mean, yeah, any reviews. I looked in both 88 and 89. I did, here, let me share my screen real quick. Let's see here, here it is. I was able to find an ad for the game. Requires joystick, Coco 3, and disk drives, and it's $25 from GSW Software. But that was about it. It first showed up in October of 88, and it was still listed in mid 89, but not at the top of the list, but more further down of their offerings. So I'm not sure if there were other reviews that were available in other magazines, but I certainly couldn't find anything. Not that I'm really good at searching things.
Hey, any way to bring your volume up there, Sloopy? No? Okay.
Audio settings.
Classic problem.
Is this better?
Yeah.
Slightly,
Not by much.
A tad.
But still better.
Okay. How's that?
There you go.
Oh, much better.
Okay. Yay. Did everyone hear what I just said?
Yay.
I think so, yeah.
Or should I repeat it?
Good thing I have a hearing aid.
So.
What?
Huh?
Huh?
It was quite popular. Hello. My assistant. Yes, dear. Okay, so where was I? Oh yeah, Jubilex. A lot of strategies were found for it. I figured not dying would help increase scores, which seemed to be the thing. I know that Dr. Ted did post a bunch of a list of the various things in the game, which was quite helpful.
Yeah, we should actually come up and write a manual for it based on that and put it up in the archive, because that's one I've talked to the original author, Greg Whitmire, and he doesn't have any of his Coco stuff anymore. So he doesn't have the original manual. He didn't remember what all the different power ups and stuff were. So
Yeah, maybe we should have one of the interns take care of that. So, because I mean, isn't that why we have interns?
I think we just vote the Game On Challenge host that's not here today to do it.
Hey, that works.
There you
too.
go.
So,
Hey, Sloopy, can you bring up that shot you had before of the rainbow review?
Sure.
Oh, the ad. You mean it's not really a review, but
Yeah,
the ad. But that page, I noticed another item on that page, which see that review for Moon Runner. Has anyone actually seen that? It's not in the archives. It's not on your website, Curtis. And
there's hundreds and hundreds of games not on my website yet, so that's not surprising.
But yeah, has anyone ever seen this particular Moon game at all?
I don't think I have, but it does look pretty good.
It does, yeah. And I'm trying to find it because I don't recognize it at all.
Moonrunner?
Moonrunner.
Let me look on the disc because some of these discs that I've been acquiring, I remember Moonrunner, I think, is coming to mind. What's that screen look like? Yeah, let me look here while you guys are talking and stuff like that. If I can dig it up, I'll see if it looks like that. Does the review say who it's from?
Nick Bradbury.
Okay. Oh, there it is. Thank you. Okay, yeah. I'll look here.
Because there's a Coco 3 version, it says.
Yeah, it looks like it just does color changes for it, but
yeah, that's what I was thinking. Yeah, because it says 1, 2, and 3. But yeah, that'd be one that looks good. But anyway, what issue of Rainbow is that you're looking at the moment?
October of '88 says in the bottom.
October of '88.
I'll look it up. Oh yeah, okay.
In big letters.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, but it's upside down for me.
Right.
That was it.
All right, you can resume your usual channel.
Hey.
But yeah, the Jubilex ad actually mentions complex weapon system, which is accurate after what Ted and others found going through all the different power-ups and spread shots and changing the angles of the spread shots, and you could fire behind and forward or up and down, and like it's actually quite sophisticated, which I didn't know any of that when I wrote my little blurb on it.
Interesting. Source code is available for $5 for Jubilex, maybe.
Yeah, unfortunately, Greg no longer has it.
So that
Unless
means
he's found it since I last talked to him.
Somebody might.
Yeah, it means it might be out there somewhere.
Yep, that's possible.
So
and in today's currency, that would be $534.
Yeah, on eBay.
And $950 in Canadian.
Right.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, I could not find anything. I mean, I went through because I saw it originally advertised. This is the first advertisement for it in Rainbow, which was October of '88. Even though the one we're playing has a '89
copyright.
Yeah,
I might have had some bug fixes or something.
Yeah, I went through all of '88 and all of '89, and I could not find a review for it. I also looked through starting in October of '88 all the way through the end of '89 through the scoreboard, and I couldn't find a high score posted from anyone also. So it's definitely a diamond in the rough that's looking to be found and played. It's a very good game. So
yeah, I'd agree. Basically, my biggest tip for that game is go onto the Coco Discord and get a list of all the shapes that Ted put up. He's got little screenshots of the specific shapes, catching what the different power-ups are, which keys do what, because you can change your shot type and weapon type, etc. So with those added in, and like I said, I didn't know any of that stuff when I did my little blurb on it on the game site. It makes it a lot easier and a lot better. Actually, it's a lot more fun.
Yeah, I tend to agree with him about not changing the spread of your firing. because it didn't seem what help. The big thing is collecting. If you're going for a high score, collecting the solid colored $ things for the points, because they're like 5,000 points. But also collect the S's. There's just an S going across the screen, because those are shields. And the nice thing about them is that anytime you hit a shot, except for the triangle ones from the ground, they would actually give you, I think, between 10 and 50 points. You still couldn't hit another ship of any type, and you couldn't hit the triangle missiles from the ground. But any of the other ones, especially if you got it close to the end when you're seeing the final ship where he's like sending out a lot of bullets, big help there. The other thing is that Dr. Ted also said that getting the little hearts, which were more energy for your ship, he said that they weren't that useful, but I found that there was some determining factor, because I noticed that some of them gave you more power than others, and the ones that gave you more power was enough power for a single hit of a ship, which is a useful thing. So, I mean, does anyone else have any comments or recommendations for the game?
I think Ken put it best. It's a hidden gem.
Yeah.
And then Dr. Ted actually says in the chat here, says the first Coco shooter I played that felt like a contemporary, like Gradius or something like that. And I have to agree. I mean, we've had some other side shooters that are on the Coco 3 and wicked fast, like Crystal City, but they still felt more old school in design. Yeah. Like they didn't have all the weapon power-ups and stuff. And this is, like they said, it's the first one that I know of that actually, plays like a more modern shooter side scroller.
Yeah, I really like the controls and the action in it. I mean, some of the games they may be copies of or clones of other arcade games and games that are released on other systems, but there seems to be a difference in control significantly on the Coco as opposed to other systems, whereas this one seemed to have a much better control system. You don't have to cover up. It won't show you. Yes, dear. So.
I mean, yeah, it's a good game. If you can get a chance to play it the last 2 weeks for the challenge, I wouldn't hold back. I'd go play it again anyway. If you have a Coco 3, just 128K and a joystick's all you need.
Yeah,
and it's quite fun, and definitely check out the Discord Game on Challenge channel to see the pictures of different shapes and the explanations of what they do, what keys you use to cycle through weapons and weapon spreads. The wider spread weapons I did find useful if you're trying to get the mother ship, like the bigger ship at the end there, because you can get out of its range a bit easier and diagonally hit it to kill it off. But I saw like Dr. Ted had it up to like 7 shots at a time with all the power-ups he was getting on while he was playing. So
yeah.
The power-ups definitely keep scaling up, but I'd like to see what the maximum is.
Yeah, I maxed up to I think 4 or 5, because once I got up that high, it was a little bit difficult to. You had so much going on the screen that looking for the power-ups was something that could distract you enough that you could get hit and killed. Because usually, by that point,
you're one of the ones that actually made it to the second or third scene, right?
Yeah, I made it to the city, to the what is it, Capital City? I think it was called. Yeah,
because it's pretty difficult. There's so much going on in the first level. Once you get past it, it's what I think they call a bullet hell.
Yes. Yeah, it definitely. The thing that got me was the jump in score. Once you get past the third end boss, because I was at like somewhere around 50,000. And then once I went to Capital City, which was only like maybe 15, 20 seconds later, I went from like 50, 60,000 up to 90,000. So I think that when you hit the final boss, you get like 30, 40,000 points, which is a nice jump.
No, Dr. Ted in the chat's mentioning it too. He said, yep, spread definitely good against the mini boss ships. With the shield, you could sit in front of them and destroy them in seconds.
Yeah.
Because their shots can't hit you until the shield wears off.
Yeah, that's what I said about the shields. It's a little S. It's just the S on the black background is a shield, and you just go right up to them, just pummel them with these shots, and they disappear in seconds.
And the other thing I think was mentioned during the show, or maybe somebody told me, but I can't remember because I didn't get a chance to see much of the show. If it didn't have full blown rapid fire, but it would do a burst of shots every time you hit the button, so you don't have to like hammer the button until you're blue in the face. Is that accurate?
Right. It would shoot three at a time, and then you'd have to hit it again. And if you just got into a rhythm of going dip, 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 you'd pretty much have rapid fire on continuous rapid fire.
Yeah. Now I did see one little clip where it really, really slowed down. I think it was on Dr. Ted, but was that an emulator issue, or does the game get so much going on the screen it slows down?
I never had a problem with slowdown.
No, me neither.
I never got far enough to get to that point. So
yeah, I was on X4 and I had no real problems with slowdown.
I had a question concerning playing on an emulator like X4, and I don't have a joystick. Does a classical joystick, PC joystick, would work with the emulator?
Yes.
As a joystick, yeah.
Yeah, VCC should do that too.
Yeah,
Okay.
both VCC, all three, VCC, X4, and MAME will all use any kind of joystick that your computer recognizes as a joystick in the emulator.
Yeah, MAME does that as well, though it's a bit harder to set up.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, because I'm getting tired of playing joystick games with a keyboard.
Oh yeah, most of them suck. I have the same problem.
Yeah, I have an actual. It looks like a Nintendo controller, the original NES.
Yes.
It was like $7-8 on Amazon, and it has USB right on it, and just plug it into your PC, and you can go from there.
Oh, Dr. Ted in the chat says that pausing and weird delays he was having when he got later on in the game, he said that was a PC issue on his end. Think it's related to the Bluetooth controller.
Yeah.
So that wasn't an emulator issue. That was one thing I was wondering about. Oh, definitely a classic game. If you haven't tried it out, definitely go check it out. And it's like we mentioned, it's a bit more of a modern side shooter than pretty well any other Coco or Coco 3 game for that matter.
Yep.
It definitely feels more modern because of the power-ups and stuff that you didn't really see back in the early 80s.
So,
and what was our second game this week, Sloopy?
Our second game was 3D Brickaway by Ken. What now?
No, it's by Britt Monk. Ken was the guy that licensed it.
Oh.
And
Okay,
bought a
Britt
copy,
Monk.
got it licensed to him, and then promptly got spread everywhere. So he probably got in trouble with Britt.
Yeah, I'm looking at the bottom, wrong side of the screen. Yeah, by Britt Monk. And what I can say about that is you need an analog joystick.
Absolutely.
Yeah. With Jubilex.
And free floating.
Yeah. With Jubilex, I recommend a digital joystick. But yes. But with 3D with 3D brick through, Brickaway.
It's been sold both ways. Britt sold it as Brickaway when it went to Avalon Hill, and they started selling it. They actually did a C64 version later themselves.
Yeah.
And then it changed the name.
Well, they kept saying brick through, and that's what my mind keeps saying, even though the actual game name that's listed on the game challenge is Brickaway.
Yeah.
And being an old Atari person, I keep thinking breakthrough.
Yeah. Yeah, Dr. Ted just said 3D Brickaway is tough. He's right.
Yeah.
You really have to keep the ball in the center of the paddle when it gets to the maximum size where it goes, is it fun, when it's on fun. If you have it in the center, then it doesn't go off in a wild angle. You can keep control of the ball. And you kind of have to do that. Just do gentle nudges, like get it up or right or whatever to hit your other bricks. But if you hit it on the corner or near, an edge, then it goes nuts and goes like sideways super fast or up and down super fast or diagonally. And then you pretty well have lost trying to catch it again until you die.
Yep.
I have actually one like gone through an entire screen of bricks, and on the second one more than a few times, but you have to keep control of the ball, and if you let it go too far off, you're screwed.
So basically what you're saying is that normally Mark B is happy when he gets to level 2. With this, he'll be happy when he hits his second brick.
Yeah, pretty much.
Which is about all I could do.
Yeah. It is a difficult game, but it was popular enough that Avalon Hill, when they saw it, they licensed a couple of games from Brit, not all the ones he had out at the time. They licensed Gauntlet, which predates the arcade Gauntlet, has nothing to do with it by multiple years, but he sold that originally on his own as a 4K machine language game, which we have covered before. Yeah. And then Brickaway, which I think he sold it for like 2 or 3 months on his own, and then Avalon Hill snapped it up, and by January of '83, they were selling it with a full-blown color manual, and the C64 version, I think, came out about half a year later or something. I don't know if anybody here has played the C64 version of it, but
I've actually played a version that was for the Atari 8-bit.
Was it from Avalon Hill? Did they make a port?
I don't know who it was from. It's been a long time, and because of the digital nature of the joysticks on the Atari 8-bit, it was not a fun experience. And I've actually played a version on early Macintosh, black and white Macintosh, and
with the mouse control. That wouldn't be too bad.
That wasn't too bad. So, yeah, because I also think that there's one that's also for the Amiga with the mouse control that I might have played. Because I can remember also playing it in color, and I ended up realizing that those type of games are not my thing.
Yeah, it is difficult. I fully admit that.
So,
but back at that point in late '82 when it came out, I mean, 3D was the raging thing that everybody was trying to do on these micros, and that was one of the ones that actually did a pretty decent job.
Yeah, because everyone followed the Atari 8-bit with Star Raiders.
Yeah, well, there's 3D maze games and stuff even before Star Raiders, but
yeah. So,
anyway,
all right.
One more week to play that one still. So
yes, one more week to get all your wonderful pancakes and waffles and poutines in on there on the 3D breakaway.
Yeah, that's a Coco 1 and 2 game. 16K and a joystick. That's all you need.
So, are we ready for the new game for the next 2 weeks?
Sure.
Okay. There are many different versions of Neutroid, and we've only played a couple of them.
Oh no! Oh no!
There's more.
So, I'm sorry, your mic quit working there, Sloopy. I guess we'll have to pick a game for you.
So what I figured we would do is, what's that? You will break my what if I choose? Oh, okay. I guess I'll have to pick something else. All right.
By the way, Sleepy, you should read the comment from Alan in the chat.
I didn't see it. Which chat?
The stream, either Twitch or YouTube. You want me to read it out for you?
I'll read it.
Okay. No, I got it.
Oh, Alan's on the show. Yeah, he can read it out. Yeah, go ahead.
Star Raiders, the one-hit wonder of the not 6809 machine, until Boise finally fixed it with the Liberate 09. Yeah.
Here's a question for you.
We talked to you a little bit about this before the show with this whole Atari tips.
Hey, here's a question for you. When was the 6809 released?
Just in time for the Coco.
Yep.
Right, in 1980. The Atari 8-bit was designed in 77 and 78.
Still don't care.
Yeah.
Still not 6809.
Yeah, still a crappy CPU.
Show, Sloop, if you're gonna...
It's a wonderful microcontroller.
It does have a good sound chip and a good graphics chip, though, I will say.
Yeah. But seriously, the new game, since I was told that I will have broken bones if I choose another Neutroid.
I wouldn't stop at the bones.
Okay, we're all sending Missy money.
Is that great from our friend Ciaran, Blockdown.
Oh, heck yeah.
Yeah, that's a modern Tetris. We were just talking about Jubilex being a modern side scroller power-ups and stuff.
Yep.
That's what this is. So it has little guides like where your piece is going to fit as it's, as you're watching it fall. It'll show on the bottom where it's going to go. So it has a lot of the modern Tetris stuff added.
So that will be the new game for the next 2 weeks. My recommendation, make lots of lines. And that's how you win.
It says, I'm just reading the specs here. So it requires a 32K Coco or Dragon 3264. I think it's keyboard too. You don't even need a joystick for this one.
Yep. Yep, you can select number of players, normal, fast, and 2 players.
Yeah, and if I remember correctly, the 2 players are simultaneous on the same screen at the same time, isn't it?
Yes.
Which is another fairly unique thing for a Coco version of Tetris.
Now it seems 60 is in the comments, and he says, "Yay!"
He's going to completely kick our ass on this one.
Probably,
Yeah,
but
this one won't run on a Coco 3 properly because of the text, I take it.
SG12? Probably not.
Well, you'll be able to see the graphics, and I think the scores and graphics, isn't it? If you scroll down, Slippy, while you're playing.
it says, note, the Tandy Color Computer 3, which he misspelled color, does not fully support the semi-graphics video mode used. While some text will not be readable, the game should remain playable.
Yeah, like the actual graphics of the blocks, the area you're playing in. But if you scroll down, I think he had the score in semi-graphics stuff too. Yeah, at the top. No, sorry, the top of the screenshot you just had on the screen there.
Is that the
Scroll
score?
down? Scroll down. Yeah, because you got level and lines, which you won't be able to
I
read
see,
on a
it's
Coco 3, but the
level,
actual
yeah.
score is in the upper right, so you will be able to get a
that's
score
right. Yep.
on a Coco 3.
Okay.
Of course, if you have a Gimme X, it'll work fine.
Or
Or,
Coco 1 or 2.
Or
Or
a Gimme
VCC.
Z if anybody has that yet.
And I think it works in VCC as well, doesn't it?
Yeah, because VCC's accidentally supporting the semi-graphics, even though the machine it's emulating does not.
Yeah, 60 says it'll render the counters and block characters on the Coco 3.
By the way, Jim Gary's very disappointed you didn't pick Stellar Odyssey. But is there much scoring in Stellar Odyssey, Nick, or is it more of a missions
Not
type
really,
adventure?
no, it's
Yeah.
not really a scoring game.
No.
Well, how about this? How about Sloopy? We've done a few double ones before. We pick a game that's not really a scoring game to go alongside. Do you want to make Stellar Odyssey the unofficial secondary game for the next 2 weeks?
Ken has to collect scores, so sure. We'll have both Blockdown and Stellar Odyssey.
Well, you can have everyone playing on the day, and it being an adventure, one can help the other get through the maze.
Yeah. Basically, there'll be 3 options: whether you play it or not, whether you completed the game or not, and what your score on Blockdown was.
And you'll never know if your friend was helping you, hurting you, or
No.
Yeah.
it's an adventure. Just lead them off into a field somewhere. Yeah.
So where are we going to find Stellar Odyssey?
Yeah, I'm trying to find it on Nick's page here. You've got it in some
It's
weird
on,
place.
on my archive site. Go to the very bottom of my page.
Ah, there
and
we
go
are.
to Project Archive, yeah.
I can't tell you.
I can share my screen. Oh, I can't. Somebody else is sharing.
Yeah, I'm sharing. So
From
go
the
to
very
the
bottom? Project Archive on the lower
Project
left corner there.
Archive,
Wait, go down the right, the outside banners.
all the way down the bottom.
All right.
Left.
On the left,
There we
There.
go.
click on there.
And then
Alright.
scroll down.
And then scroll down.
This
On the left, you'll see 2024 Stellar Odyssey.
Alrighty. So that will be the second game.
The bonus game.
Yep. And if you scroll down, you'll see screenshots that for the MC10 and the Coco. Actually, if you want to play it on the Tier City Model 1 or 3, feel free.
Yeah, my Pocket TRS is on loan, so I can't play. There, well, and then you just go to this link here.
Yep.
You click it like that.
And it plays on an MC10 as well, by the way.
Nice.
So.
Ooh, and here's maps, but we're not going to.
No, you're allowed to do that because he doesn't tell you where everything is that you have to find or what you have to find.
They
what to
already
use, so.
told us all the maps last week, so
Yeah.
you can't put it back in the bottle.
No, that's.
But it'd be a nice one, like for those that aren't really. This has some arcade elements to it, but it's not a pure arcade game. So for those that are like me and old and don't have good reaction times anymore, it might be a nice fit to play along with and join in on the Game On Challenge on Thursday.
Yeah.
Yeah, we could give prizes for most violent death and stuff like that.
So to download Blockdown, you come here to this site, which is 6809.org.uk/Blockdown, and you come here to the download link and you click it. And there you go. And we just saw how to download the Stellar Odyssey, so you have all the games for this week.
Yeah, and Mark's been posting the links to these in the chat so that anybody watching afterwards can grab it from there as well.
Yep. And the only other thing would be if you need an emulator, and that's when you go to X4 and you can download that too. So, all right, 60. Did I earn that commission check now? Yeah.
$50 is on its way.
Yeah, unfortunately it's UK money, which is £50.
Oh, 60's mentioning in the chat here too. He says if you play the GMC, the Game Master cartridge that John Linville makes, you get music too in the background.
Oh, nice. So
X4, okay.
All right. So how did I do for a substitute Ken this week?
Well, the shirt's kind of dull, but other than that, it was not too bad.
All right.
Cool.
The anti-Ken shirt.
Yeah. Just plain gray.
See, the thing is that I'm not that cool. I'm not as cool as Ken. I mean, I'm trying. It's sort of like in the Game On challenge. I try to achieve his score, but I don't make it. So
you did this week. You kicked his butt.
Just a little bit.
By the way, 60 says, yeah, look out for the Braun envelope for promoting Blockdown. So,
oh, cool. Yeah. Now the story behind that is that 60 has sent it as a recommendation to me a couple times, but I haven't. I don't always choose the game. As I've been here for as long as Ken has been, but the Game On High Council won't talk to me. They'll only talk to him.
Well, that's because you picked Neutroid that 1 week, and you're kind of like banned for life after that.
It was even before that. They gave me the cold shoulder.
No amount of brown envelopes is going to solve that one.
So everyone, join us Thursday for the Game On Challenge Live. Which, how did we do on the Game On Challenge Live? Did we?
I don't know. I didn't get a chance to watch most of it, so you'll have to tell me.
Yeah, let's see here. Let's talk about the Game On Challenge Live.
Mark swapping taps.
What was
For
that?
those who don't
issue
know,
of-
Game On Challenge Live is on the CoCoNation channel on YouTube. It's also live on the CoCoNation channel on Twitch. Starts at 8 p.m. Eastern.
And where is?
What was
there
that
it
issue? If I can interrupt just for a second, what was that issue of Rainbow again, and what page for that that game we were talking about?
It was October of '88.
October '88.
Page 112, I think it was.
Yeah, something like that.
You're talking about Jubilex or a different one?
That
No,
Moon
no,
one.
Moon one.
Hopper.
Oh, the Moon. Yeah, same.
Yeah, it was
Moon Buggy or something.
yeah.
Moon Hopper.
Yep.
No, Moon Hopper's computerware and 6 years young or 5
it
years.
was, wasn't it Moon Runner?
Yeah,
Moon
Runner maybe.
Or
Moon something.
Yep.
Yeah.
October. You said October '88.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry.
It's okay. So we had our usual problems of we're not a professional production here, and the YouTube video started a little late. The Twitch started on time, and YouTube did not.
Yeah, we had to join it already in progress.
Right, exactly. So here we are.
It can't be programmed with whatever software you're using.
It's an issue with Restream. It doesn't. It
Not
doesn't.
as nice as it used to be.
Yeah, they improved it, and by improvement, they
broke it.
They waffled it up.
That better and break something else. That's classic.
Yeah.
So now we're learning all the extra steps required to make a successful start.
Yeah, it used to be a click, a copy and paste, a small edit, and then 2 clicks and everything was done. And now you've got to go through like 7, 8 different clicks, copies and paste, edit, then another copy and paste, and then click, and then an enable. And yeah, I need a drink just talking about it. So yes, but on to better things. The Game On Challenge live this past Thursday, we had, I do believe, 8 people playing at one time.
9, I thought.
No, I think we had 9 people on the show, but I think the max number of players we had was 7 or 8. Let's see here. Let's do a scroll through here.
That's because I gave up early.
There's 7.
Yeah. There's 8.
All right. And that was the part I was thinking I should get on for just another minute so we'd have 9.
Yep. So, and all of them were playing Jubilex because that's how popular it was.
Yeah, it is a hidden gem. I mean, like you saw, the ad was pretty small, didn't survive that long, but
yeah,
it's too bad. Like he couldn't
Right.
afford to put color ad with screenshots or anything, which would have probably sold it better, I think.
And everything else the company sold was disassemblers and stuff. Did they make any other games? Or was it
The author did. He made one that he sold through Sundog called Warmonger, which is a kind of design your own maps and icons and rules and everything else for a war game. There was another version of that type of a game by I believe Triad called Overlord or something like that. I can't remember off the top of my head.
But it's like Jubilex is his only arcade game.
Yeah, the other one's a strategy game, a Coco 3 strategy game,
And
it's
then he
quite
had a
good, too.
disassembler and an editor, and it's kind of out of character to do a game like this, is what I'm thinking.
Yeah, and the 2 games he did are vastly different. Like this is a high speed bullet hell, action game, and the other one is more cerebral, design your own levels, and he actually had like most of those types of games at that time period. You would like make maps, and you'd say, "Here's like a plains grass you can get through pretty easy with a tank. You can't go through trees or whatever." But he actually had it so that you actually had transports. You put your infantry into your transport, drive it over to this part of the map, and then let the infantry go, and then start attacking while the carrying ship or whatever you want to call it actually goes somewhere else. And he even had some space themed games in there and all kinds of stuff. You can take a look at Warmonger screenshots on my website. It's actually a pretty decent game by the same author. But from I remember him telling me is that he tried to sell Jubilex to Sundog as well, but Sundog already had a high speed side-scrolling shooter, which was Crystal City, that they picked up after Jeremy Spiller shut down Go Sub Software as a separate company. And they said, we don't really need 2 of them, kind of basically doing the similar thing, though I think that was a mistake, because having all the modern power-ups and stuff, I thought would have differentiated this one enough that I think you could have bought both and had a good time with both.
I think the Crystal City probably looked more impressive because it has a lot more background detail. Yeah.
And he's using the hardware scroll, so he's doing the
it was
hyper
very
speed.
fast.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're both really good games. They are different enough. I think they could have sold both.
What's the sound effects like? I haven't listened to it.
The sound effects in Jubilex are a lot more simple than, say, Crystal City. That's one thing it's a bit more lacking on. It's not horrible, but it's not digitized samples per se.
It's not Neutroid, in other words.
Thank God.
Hey.
Now, if you want, I'll let you finish announcing for the live there, whatever else you wanted to add, Sloopy.
Yeah, it's we did have a couple people come and they didn't play, but they enjoyed the ambiance and watching other and joining in the conversation. So
now, Tech Cowboy in the chat's asking, where do we connect again for the Game On Challenge? So I guess it depends on what you want to do. If you want to watch it, you can watch it on YouTube and Twitch. If you're on the Coco Discord, you can actually watch it there and join in. Even if you're not playing, you can join in and witty banter.
Yes. And make comments about where's Curtis and what's this excuse that he's using, saying work and such.
Yeah, working on Coco stuff usually.
And Ken is starting to use himself. Yes, you join the Coco Discord and you join the Game On Challenge live channel. Thursdays, 8 p.m. Eastern US time.
And they usually last about 2 hours? Is that the kind of goal these days?
We try to have at least an hour, depending on the games, and preferably an hour and a half to 2 hour range. Because we start at 8, so most people are ready for bed at 10. So yes, we try to go for that range. So join us Thursday at 8 p.m. where we'll be playing Jubilex. Not Jubilex. We'll be playing 3D Breakaway, and we'll also be playing Blockdown, and we'll be playing our third game. If Ken doesn't kill me, Stellar Odyssey.
And that one can be played even on an MC10 if you want to give it a shot there, or Tier City Model 1-3.
So, and back to you, Mark B.
Well, I'm just going to, people are wondering about Greg Whitmire, the other game he wrote. I've actually brought up my webpage, which has a ton of screenshots. I thought I'd quickly share that. This one he sold through Sundog. And this is version 2, which is why the copyright date kind of moved around here, because he was selling it on his own in 89. So I think if you find the GSW ad, he might have briefly sold it there. And then later on, the version 2 one, I think, is the one that is copyright 1991. But you can see here, like the menu of just how you can set up your world and what you can do with the program itself. There's a ton of stuff here. You can, merge scenarios together, edit the 2 different teams, their graphics and what their capabilities are, edit the terrain, classify them, select whether you want to play joystick or keyboard, et cetera, et cetera. And then when you actually get into the game options themselves, you can choose whether each team is played by the computer or the player, including the computer playing itself, if you want to see that. And then you can see some of the maps here. So this is a scrolling map. So this, you just basically move around, and like you're showing some trees here. This is actually the editor here in this particular case, but that's what the map kind of looks like. And you just scroll through it, and the worlds are quite large, as you can see by the map here, which kind of zooms it out. And here you're actually editing the icon graphics. You can see this is one that actually is a bunch of war stuff, including back to medieval times with people with swords and horses and stuff like that, up to tanks and jet fighters. Here's a space scenario type 1 too. So there's a lot. If you're into the strategy war games, this is a real fun one. This is usually beyond my mental scope. I'm not really good with war games, but this was actually, this one I did have some fun with. Because you could make it as simple or as complex as you wanted, basically. All right, that's another one to try out. That wouldn't be a good fit for the Game On Challenge. It's not really a score game, but
Well, before we move on, can I show something real quick?
Sure.
Let me go and share my screen. Okay, you guys seeing this?
Yeah, he's zoomed up. So go ahead.
What's that?
I was just waiting for Mark to zoom you up so we could actually
Okay.
read it.
Takes a moment here. It's loading. Coco 2.
Oh.
Oh, it's Coco 3.
Moon Runner.
And
Yep,
here.
that's it.
You remember this?
86, that's earlier. No, I have not. I've never seen this one.
And you're
Never
Nick
seen it.
Bradshaw. Yeah, that was that in the article. That was the person who.
Yeah, Nick Bradbury. Yeah.
Yep, Bradbury. Sorry,
Yeah.
Bradbury.
Mountains look right.
This next
Where'd
screen
you
that comes up
find
is kind of
this?
weird, but I started hitting different characters and it just all of a sudden I think it did a demo thing or something here. So I don't know what this is.
That's your different worlds you go through, I would imagine. Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
But I don't know if I need to use a keyboard or maybe I have to use a joystick to move up and down. I found that if I hit D, I think it just does a demo. Oops. Or at least it did.
Yeah, because sector 1 would be your A through E checkpoint on Moon Patrol, for example.
There we go.
Where'd you find this?
It's in a stack of discs that I recently acquired.
Wow.
Ah.
When
Well,
you
that's
said
a-
that, it's like all of a sudden I remember because I've been thumbing through these discs for the past 3 or 4 days, and for some reason it sounded familiar to me.
Oh, wow.
Oh, that
That's
looks
good.
good.
Yeah.
It's like
that's
one.
Let's
That's
see,
a
there we
good
go.
grab.
Gee, Coco Town's going to have more competition now for his.
Right. He's going to have to step up his game a little bit.
Now, we don't hear any sound here. Is there music or anything playing or sound
I
effects?
don't know. I don't have any speakers hooked up.
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
And this is the Coco 3 palette you're using? Or is this Coco
It-
1 and 2?
Yeah.
Well, it gave a 1 and 2 or a 3, so I
Right.
chose 3. So
Okay, yeah, I guess it makes sense because there's 2 different colors of green, which you definitely wouldn't be getting on the Coco 1 and 2.
and if I flip, this is going through the SCART, but that I don't know. That does that seem better or does this seem better? I think the red with the red vehicle
The
seems
second
better.
one to me looks a bit better, but I don't know what it
Yeah.
would look like as original.
So this is just kind of a demo.
Oh, yeah, there's some of the ships coming in too.
Yeah. I'm just letting it
That's
run.
not
I'm not doing. I don't have a joystick plugged in or anything. So
Honestly,
there's-
looks wise, I'd have to play it to see what the play is like and also hear what the sound effects are like. But this actually looks better than Lunar Rover Patrol, which is kind of the Coco standard.
mm-hmm.
So
Yeah,
Tom
no,
Eric,
it's
Tom
not
Eric
bad.
Gunderson is asking to see the Coco 1-2 version.
Yeah, be curious to see what.
Yeah,
they
what
did
color do
with
they
the,
chose?
Oh.
The
Um,
EG colors.
Well, let's see here. Let me
Reset.
reset.
Load.
You might have to cold start it depending.
We'll find
No,
out.
maybe
here.
not.
Is it a basic game?
It uses a basic to kick it off. There's a whole bunch of files in the. Okay. Let me cold start here. Okay.
That's cool. You
Um,
found that. That definitely needs to go in the archive.
Yeah, that's a long lost game.
Yeah.
Damn it,
So it's
more
part-
stuff I have to add to my site.
Right.
Yay,
So
more.
I'm not sure, but I did see like there's Moon 2 on here, and but I just loaded Moon is all I did. So
Ooh, high score file.
I don't know what Moon 2 does. That's also a.
Will it work from this 80 column screen though?
No, we'll find out.
Not with
there we
32
go.
first.
Okay.
Just type with 32 and run it again.
Your print ats are.
Yeah. High res print error. That's what HP error was.
One.
So if I flip, see, okay, so I flipped it back to, I flipped the switch on the SCART there. So
First one was better.
if this box is red, then press the enter key.
Are you running on a
Well,
Coco 3 or Coco 1 and 2?
3.
Hold down the F1 key and hit reset.
Oh wow!
Now you're ready.
Very
you go.
correctly.
Okay.
There you go.
That don't look like no red to me.
It's reddish.
It's reddish.
Looks like a dark yellow.
It's trying.
Okay, yeah, that's Coco Town.
That's not too bad. The moon has got a black sky so far.
It's the 4 colors you got, so what you gotta do?
It's loading on the disk again. I need to, before I keep hammering away on this floppy disk, I need to get it imaged.
Yeah, yes.
But we'll just do a little bit more here just to see, and then we'll
Copy before death, exactly.
Yeah.
Are you switching like phase shift, like the different color sets or something?
no, I'm flipping the switch on the SCART cable.
Yeah, because it should still be purple technically.
RGB.
the switch.
Yeah, RGB to composite.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it's going to flip the colors.
Uh-oh, we woke up David Ladd.
So you get artifacting.
Oh,
or,
no.
or blip.
So, but it's pretty smooth though. Graphics
Yeah,
wise.
no, it's not too bad.
Yeah, the ship's really nice. Spinning tires, a little radar on the top.
Yeah. I should get a joystick here. Do I have a joystick handy?
You
Surely
should
I
play
do.
better.
Right.
Yeah.
Now, I kind of lost track of what color mode we're in. If it's supposed to be blue rocks or it's supposed to be red rocks.
Composite here. So this would be.
Yeah, we were in the right color when he launched.
Yeah.
So.
I'd say it's
Yeah, but he
right.
flipped it a few times and I kind of lost track. So I'm not
Yeah.
sure which colors that we're looking at now.
Yeah, you're
Well,
not getting any score.
the
Why are
ground
you
is-
getting score?
The ground.
I think this is the demo is what it is.
Oh, okay.
I think. I don't know.
Yeah, it's just jump.
Yeah.
Just to make it do something.
But once it gets done here, once it goes all the way down, it does do the high score. And I think Nick is in there on the high score.
Nick Marentes?
Yep.
No, the author is Nick.
I think, or maybe I saw Waters, or we'll see here. Looks like we got one more
One
live
thing I
here.
noticed, the aliens don't actually do anything but fly horizontally.
That might just be the demo too, though. We have to actually play the game to tell if that's.
Or he's cheated, and that's all he does.
Yeah, we were in the right color set. We had the purple there.
So Dr. Nick.
Dr.
or
Nick.
Waters.
Oh, he's a Pink Floyd fan.
Right.
Waters, David Gilmour.
yes.
Gilmore. Oh, and Hitchhiker's Guide. Zaphod.
Yeah, Zaphod, Beeble Brox.
There you go.
Or someone played the game, this disc, and played the game, and they put the high score in.
No, those are fake high scores.
not with those
987654321.
Yeah, those
Oh,
scores.
yeah.
wouldn't be-
Yeah, that's right.
So, well, there we go. So I'll add that to the list, I guess, huh?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
This one has to go in the archive. You didn't get a manual with it, did you?
Not yet. I mean, I got a whole stack of manuals that I need to still go through, so it's possible, but I don't know.
No, good grab anyway.
Yeah. Another long lost one found. I always like to hear that.
Yep. But nothing special about the disc here. Let me switch my
Yeah, don't tell Ken about this so that when the next time I have to choose a game, I don't have to.
I don't have to think about it.
I don't like the threat of my bones being broken if I choose neutrally. So
nothing. I mean, nothing special about the disc. Just
It doesn't even have like the author's name or copyright or nothing.
that looks like an off-site backup.
It does, doesn't it?
It might be, but yeah.
I like his Write Protect tab though.
Well, that's
Yeah.
I did that before I put it in the drive. That's me. I did that just in case. So,
Being careful. Yes.
yep.
I was just to say that's what I do. Masking tape, good enough.
Yep. So yeah, that was me before I put it in the drive there. So
Heck, that blue tape wasn't invented back then.
right.
Right.
Yeah, it was just kind of there's a few more of them here. Here's Ghost Hunters.
I don't know.
Right.
I recognize the company Sportswear, but that's not one I've seen. I don't know if it's
Oh,
on the
war
archive.
game scenario. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, it's for the War Game Designer. There was a 512K program they sold.
Okay.
So you got one
Okay.
scenario disc. That's cool.
Computerware. Mr. Dig.
Yep, I know that one quite well. Mr. Duclone.
Let's see here. This was just a few of them that were just kind of in the same, kind of the same sort of like label though, but Legend Quest.
I don't know that one.
Haven't heard of that one. Put that one in.
Here's this one.
It's
Here
Brian's
says,
live game demo day.
Color Computer 64K, Royal Games. Phil Keller.
Yep, that's Arc Royal. They're war games.
Doughboy.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with that particular one, but I have quite a few of the original Arc Royal games. That's their standard label.
Doughboy.
Phil
That's
Keller
not
was the
a
owner and main programmer.
Oh,
so
not a Donut Dilemma clone.
But
no, it's a World War One thing.
Yeah, World War One.
Well, World War One, two, even some more modern, like futuristic war games. He did all kinds of stuff. He started with stuff like Guadalcanal and what was his first one? The Wargaming Scribes actually covered numerous of his games, actually. Which actually, he's got another one I'll be mentioning on the Game On News today.
Okay.
Coincidentally enough.
Oh, we still got to do that?
So yeah, I'll stop flashing floppies here. So otherwise we'll be here all afternoon. So
that's fine. I can skip the Game On News till next week. This
All
is
right.
Game On News. What are you talking about? You're finding lost games.
Right,
There you go.
This is more
There you
interesting
go.
than my stuff.
This is newsier news.
So, but yeah, there's this. We'll be talking more about this, Curtis and I, and stuff. We have some future news here just to give you guys a little teaser, and we'll be talking more about like some of these floppies and where they came from, and some other related information though, just to give you guys a little teaser. But
Yeah. And expect a
it'll be good.
special our seminar for the virtual fest in January.
Right. But a lot of this will tie together and whatnot once we share a little bit more. But anyway,
This might scare you, Brian, but there's a comment from David Ladd in the chat. And he goes,
That would
Brian,
scare
keep
me.
showing those floppies. I'm excited.
let me turn my camera off right now. So returning to our regularly scheduled program.
That's rich. That's so rich.
Yeah. David Ladd. Woo. Well, here,
Really?
give me the camera one more time.
Oh no,
Okay, David, you ready?
it's floppy
Have a-
porn.
What's that? Let me get this. This will give David a gasm here. So
We're not going to be able to control him.
nope, there we go.
Woohoo.
Woo, look at all that. This is and so all these floppies. This is all part of this stuff, and this is only not even half of what I got to dig through.
New and
wow.
uninvestigated.
Wow, that's that. You probably have some stuff missing in there besides what you already showed us is missing.
Oh, it's
Right.
possible, but yeah, that's some of the discs that I showed today were just ones. Now, a lot of the stuff in here were just like copies. You know, what do we call
But even
them?
if they're copies, if they're games we don't have and don't have
Right.
archive, I don't care if they're originals or not.
Yeah,
By the way,
so,
you should
yeah,
read
some of them are-
David Ladd's comments now. He's added since he saw you hold
Oh,
that up.
geez.
Oh, no.
Did he say something about having to go smoke a cigarette now or something or what? I don't know. But,
Yeah, kind of implies that.
He's still building.
He's got all caps, ooh, and then he's got more in all caps. David, you have a problem.
Yeah.
we'll just start talking Grease Weasel and that'll put him over the edge. So.
Okay, he's finished.
David needs a tissue. That's what I can tell you.
But yeah, no, there's a lot of public backups that are in these discs and stuff like that. So,
How
but,
much do you think have BitRot or don't work?
Oh, I don't know actually, because I think of where these probably came from. This is all speculation. I'm thinking these were probably stored indoors in someone's home or something like that. So I don't think
Away
they
from
were
sunlight, etc. Yeah.
Right.
yeah, or extreme temperature changes and things like that and stuff. So I feel pretty good. Like to your point, Ron, you know, yeah, some of these discs they get old like this and they what do we want to call it? The material that's on the disc itself, you know, starts to flake off or whatnot.
They
and things,
lose
so,
their memory.
yeah.
Yeah, I understand.
But the thing I always find kind of interesting though, as I go through some of these discs is that like right here, I got a just the mini disc. I have a 502 down on the floor. I have a box of different controllers, and I can take, like, for example, when I tried this disc first, I had my 502 with the 502 controller it didn't read it. I bring up my my mini disc right here with the J&M controller, and it reads it. You know, it's just weird how each floppy drive is maybe just a hair
Yeah, it
off
could be
on
like the
way from-
speed's a bit off or the alignment's a bit
Yep.
off. There's
Yep. So when I'm going through these discs, I'll probably have multiple floppy drives here, so I can try it in different ones.
You know that
to try to
J&M
get-
memory minder, the thing for
Mhm.
lining your discs. You should probably use that across your drives and kind of get them all back in
get them all, get them all like synchronize your watches. So yeah,
Well,
Yeah,
You-
because
you
they're all
have
supposed to be
this-
300 RPM and the certain alignment should be there. So
Right, and you have the alignment disc. We know you
yeah,
do.
you're
'cause
one
you
of the
showed
few
us.
people on the planet that does.
Oh, did I let that secret out? Oh, I'm sorry. So, but yeah, no, this is going to be fun. I got plenty to keep me busy, along with
Yeah, can you hurry up and win a lottery and retire so you have more time to get all these discs and stuff scanned?
Right, right. You're wasting too much time on
You're
live.
wasting too much time on real life and work. Jeez, come on.
I
man.
know.
We better stop. I think David Ladd's having a heart attack.
Well, and the sad thing about it is David Ladd's only 90 miles away from me, so I mean he's within.
We're
He's
sorry.
halfway there. Yeah.
I'd lock your doors tonight.
Yeah.
Don't
Yeah,
use
he
the
actually just said in the chat, he said, alignment disc, Brian, I'm coming to visit, so lock your doors.
Oh, he knows. He knows I had the Dyson license.
Hide it.
disc.
Hide it.
So, but no, this has been a lot of fun, and I enjoy sharing all this stuff with you guys. And this is what tickles my fancy with this hobby. You know, we all have different things that we do, whether it's collecting or games or hardware or just software
Yeah,
research,
programming, designing hardware, all
yeah,
kinds of stuff.
this is what makes it fun for me is I like to use the word rediscovery. And we're not discovering anything that wasn't discovered, but just finding stuff again. And
I think you like just making the rest of us jealous. I think that's the secret sauce
David
here.
Ladd is-
it's not about jealousy.
David-
No, I just enjoy
David
it. It's
Ladd
fun.
is tickled.
What's that?
David Ladd is certainly tickled.
This is good.
Yeah, David Ladd has, what do they call it? Unhealthy obsession?
At Ron's garage, I brought out my 16K Coco 1 and got a cassette player out and was playing with some of the cassettes I have in these big boxes that you open up and they're all the cassettes are inside of them. And I just try a tape and see if it works, and it does, and it's kind of fun. When I first got my MC10, it was based on the 20K edition on the back, and I had a couple of cassettes, and that was it. And then I would start typing stuff in and save it off, and I tried going online with Color Compact on that, and I guess I did go online a couple of times, but I had no way to save it, or didn't think I did. So then when I got my Coco 3 or 2, I should actually Coco 1, it had a floppy drive, and it never looked back. I just saved all this stuff off and kept it. And
Well, that's a good question, Ron. Like your cassette collection and your floppy collection, do you have some stuff that's not on the archive? Like, have you ever actually kind of gone through and compared?
I don't know. I think it's all common stuff, I don't have much that's when I pull the 16K machine out, I noticed there's not much that's 16K standard basic, and I don't know how to look for stuff to play on the machine. If I was able to get a what's the extension?
Like a .cas or .wave?
Yeah, a WAV file. Yeah, so that I could put it on. I have a bunch of WAV files on my phone, and I guess I just have to look and see if they're 2K or 3K, and then they might work. And I've loaded a few up, and then every once in a while, if you do a directory, if it doesn't run, you see those exclamation marks, which means it wants extended basic, right?
Quite a few of the games and other programs, for that matter, that were written for cassette would run in 16K, but once they made the disk versions, because disk basic steals a bunch of memory for its own stuff, like sector buffers and all that kind of stuff, a lot of them had to run in 32K. So that's probably what you're hitting there. A lot of the cassette stuff probably does run in 16.
But everybody wants extended basic, though, right? I mean,
yeah.
And in disk basic takes even more than that. So
I got a couple of machines that are 16K extended basic, and the memory left over is very
8K
slim.
if you just
Yeah,
do
yeah,
default.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
You can
it's
cut that down with a P-Clear 1 or the poke to do a P-Clear 0, but
right.
as soon as you add disk, you lose another couple K because of the disk buffers and stuff. So,
Right.
But if you really love this old stuff, like Brian was saying, and you bring out the old machine with a cassette machine, you know, and you're sitting there thinking, So I even got out the old book,
Right.
you know, and I start looking at the listings and stuff, and I go, how can I take that listing, take a picture, and have it read it on the computer, on the PC, so that
if you have OCR software, you can.
Yeah.
Well, and if you're looking at a box of cassettes, that's some dedication there, because you've got a C20. There might be 15 programs on it. There may be the same program 15 times. It could take you all 20 minutes to know if there's anything on that tape or not. Or,
yeah, and I have some
floppy
cassettes
disk,
that
yeah.
are blank that I never labeled. So
Right.
I put it on and let it read, you know, skip F and you start writing it down on the cassette.
Yep. I don't know what counter it's at, so you can find it again later by fast forward.
Right. So all this stuff is the old days for sure. Absolutely. And the other thing to do would be to bring out a TV instead of the LCD screen, you know.
Yeah, but I'm curious because you have a pretty good collection, Ron. If you have some stuff that has not been archived or has gone missing over the
I
years.
have lots of floppies, but a lot of
Well,
the
even
stuff-
cassettes too. I mean, there was some stuff sold because that was only sold in cassette. Some of Brick Monk's earliest games, for example, at least 2 of them never were
Well,
sold on disc.
I don't think I have a lot. You know, I have
It's
maybe
worth a
probably
look, but-
20 different cassettes that are. I have one that's Rainbow, 83, I think, Rainbow on cassette, which is interesting to see and run.
Yeah, we have to check that. Like, there's a spreadsheet somebody made of all the Rainbow on disc / tape because they only did tape the first few years, and that was
Yeah.
only after a year worth of Rainbows period, and then they added disc later. But there is a spreadsheet grid that shows which ones we have on the archive.
Oh,
there are some were missing the second side of the disc because whoever backed it up didn't know it was double sided, so they only got one half of it. And then there's some that are completely missing. So you may have some of the ones that are missing, and that would save us a lot of typing in.
Yeah, I'll look.
Yeah, if you just make a list of like what you have, and
Yeah.
then we can get somebody else like me go through and figure out what is already on the archive, what is already available, and what would be worth you backing up for us.
Yeah. No, that was fun. So I'd say that I don't have Ron's Garage on it much because, and I do stuff like that, and it's just for me, and I enjoy it, but I don't know how much people on here would like that kind of stuff, or I'll run something I haven't shown in a while just for fun, and for me it's fun, and somebody happens to come by at Ron's Garage and they look and they go, oh, that's cool, yeah, I remember that, and then they remember stuff, and then they have a little say about their experience, which is neat. And that's pretty much what I enjoy about our group here and having the hobby. It's fun.
Yeah, the nostalgia, like a lot of people returning to the Coco community after 20, 30, 40 years. I mean, that's what they, oh yeah, I just saw that. I remember that. I had that as a kid.
Yeah, the biggest thing I get a kick out of is people that get their machine, they set it there, they take a picture of it and they say, I haven't turned it on. And I'm afraid because of, it'll smoke or the transistors are bad or something, So I can just fire it up. It ain't gonna hurt anything. And it probably works. Most Cocos seem to always
Cocos
work.
are pretty hardy. They were built without the bad capacitors that were there for a few years that were hitting the Amiga and some of the other machines.
Yes.
And then when you look at the board, you see the glue that holds them down, and you think,
Yeah,
oh,
they think
man,
it's like a
leaking.
melted capacitor.
Yeah, I'm not turning it on. There's no way. Somebody help me.
Too scary.
It's got this brown capacitor leak stuff. No, it's just glue.
Exactly.
Well, just like that machine that I have, the that pre-production board, I could have never turned it on, and we'd never know if it worked. And if I did turn it on and it blew a capacitor, well, okay, now it doesn't work, but it's all repairable.
But we need a capacitor, yeah.
Right, so I mean, if you don't turn it on, you'll never know.
Brian, is your shirt off, Brian?
Thump your AC cord.
No.
Your AC cord's blocking the camera.
Oh,
I thought maybe you took your shirt off and you didn't
we're
want to show
thinking
it.
you're hiding something.
No.
I thought he was going to go see all these discs you guys have never seen before and leave the cord in the way so we can't.
Right.
Oh, man.
Right.
Yeah,
What's that? what's the EXE there that you guys were talking about for the Coco 3 to initiate if it's something loaded in ROM?
Oh,
EXE and
E010 ampersand
Yeah.
H E010. So exact space ampersand H E with 010.
Before I got
HE what? I'm sorry.
E010.
EOIO.
when I used to want to
Oh.
use my disto controller on my Coco 3, I had to type that in first, and it would make the ROMs work. The extra
There you
ROM.
go.
Oh, he's got something.
Did it work,
Cool.
Brian?
Yep. Yep.
Oh, we got an update. Live update coming your way.
Again, Ron for the win. Ron for the win again. Here we go. Where's my
Screen share, screen share.
It's a
It's Intronics.
It doesn't look like an Intronics, but this is
Yay.
Intronics because this is the exact same ROM that's on my two other Intronics that I have. So yeah,
Nice.
this is a flavor, just another version of the Intronics programmer, but it's totally different from the other one. So
maybe the kit version or something because it looks kind of homemade.
Maybe it's early.
right, but you see the version up there, the software is version 6.
Right,
6.0.
1990.
Right.
But once you
and-
made a compatible board, you stuck in the newest.
Right, but the two manuals that I have is version 4.5 and 4.6, and I have both versions of the program. And I think there might even be another version out there on the archive, but I don't think we have version 6. So this may be the newest version of the Intronics software.
Oh,
so
Did the 4.5 and 4.6, Brian, did those support the 32K ROMs in the Coco 3?
Well, it's got 27 to 128.
Yeah, this one does version 6, but I'm wondering
yeah.
this might be why this was updated because it supports the Coco 3 bigger
Take
ROMs.
the big ROMs. Yeah.
Well, let's see here.
Well, shoot, it does the 1 meg ROMs too.
Yeah, it's
thing to dump, Brian.
Yeah, it's a good end
You're
of
going to be
line
busy
pick.
till you're 105, I tell you.
Right.
Be careful with that funky block off sticker on that prom because
Well,
Yeah,
this is
4.8.
4.8, but yeah, you can see option number 4 there. You got the 27 128s.
So Intronics came from Indorf.
Yep.
I'll bet you.
So they did add more. They added the 1 meg ROMs to that other version.
right.
So, but
Party.
Select one. See what happens.
was that?
Select one. See what happens.
Oh, it
Two.
just yeah. When you read it, so like some of the chips that are like on the which one was it there? It was option number, what was it? Was it number 3? I can't remember what it might have been number 3, but whatever. You just get a menu like this, and they all look the same. Where basically
Yeah.
you can verify the ROM, you can look at it,
Two
you can
things,
dump the
yeah.
ROM, you can print the ROM, that sort of thing. You can load a file in, and then you can compare that file to what you pulled off the ROM. You can do a lot of cool stuff with it. So, but when I let's see, let me switch cameras in again here real quick, and I'll go to here. Okay, so so the two Intronics that I have look like this.
Right. Mine looks like that too.
Right.
And it has a
Right,
sticker.
with the
Yeah,
case.
and then
And
so
it's a
here's
white
the
case.
right, and then here's this one here. But both of them I have the zip socket in the upper corner.
Right.
Where
Mine
this
too.
one here, it's right here.
Right,
So
it's kind of moved.
yep. So
So
that
are those pots the voltage, the VPP?
yeah, I think because I think this
voltages?
has a little step-up circuit to get the 24 volts that you need in order to write to some of the EEPROMs.
Okay.
So yeah, it's a little step-up circuit. In the manuals themselves, if you print them out, which is really pretty cool, they have a
Give us a
full-blown schematic
Oh, yeah.
and
Back
and
when you
even
could fix your stuff.
yeah, and even a layout of the board and everything and stuff like that. But I think it has a
Nice.
step-up circuit is what's in there to get the 24 volts.
And yeah, 16 volts and all those other weird little voltage
Yep.
things.
So okay, well, mystery solved.
Cool.
And definitely
So-
a much more up-to-date version of the ROM, 4.8 up to
Nicest,
6.0.
newest one, yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to see if I can see if I have a case that this might go into because when I got this thing, this little transistor guy here on the 3 legs. Now, why they didn't mount it closer like some of these other ones? He's standing all the way up and he was folded over, and I had to carefully stand him back up again. 'Cause-
Oh, to get him out of the way. He's too tall and
Yep.
things, right?
So, but there's plenty of room there, so I don't know why they didn't just, solder it closer, because there's a couple other, well, you can see here's a whole bunch of transistors right here, and they got them all down.
Nice and short.
Well, if that one's going, if that one's going to get hot, see it's sitting next to that toroid, then you don't want to bend the legs out to fit it tight to the board. You want to leave it up so that
it can breathe a little bit. Yeah.
Well, maybe you don't want to put a case on it for the same reason.
Yeah, I could run it for a while and give it the old, give it
you
the
would
finger
have
tap.
to put a case on it. You would have to bend it over like you found it.
Yeah.
For it to clear the case, the top.
Or you can cut a hole,
or just put the bottom part of the case on and skip the top entirely.
But I've done that before. Sometimes if you have a hot running part, you don't want to pull the leads sideways against the part, because then the heat cycles will mess it up.
But you could get a modern part to put in there that wouldn't get hot.
True.
Or just bend that one over again and call it a day.
Right. So, okay. Hey, I'm taking way too much of your guys' time today here. I'm just done.
Nice.
No, this is good stuff.
I'm camera hogging. So
glad to help.
Have you ever seen my segment, Brian? You're not camera hogging.
Oh.
Oh yeah, you still got about 4 hours to go, don't you?
Yeah.
Right.
It's not too often I get out newsed though by other people on the panel here. 'Cause this is much more interesting than stuff I've got.
All right.
Got a new game you recovered? You found out you got a much more up-to-date version of an EPROM programmer? And...
Wow, just bing bing. Yeah, no. This is why I do it.
So what do you think, Mr. Wingnut?
I'm enjoying it.
Are you?
Yeah.
Are you lost?
No, not particularly. Not with
okay.
these subjects. When it comes down to like Coco specific language and stuff and the syntax, that's where I will get lost. But with the core concepts like EPROM programming and stuff, I'm right at home with all that kind of stuff.
Oh, that's good.
Cool.
As long as David Ladd hasn't scared you off yet, that's the good thing.
Right.
Good laugh.
Have you gotten a Coco yet?
No, I'm looking.
You had a whole week.
Somebody on the Discord was actually offering one that he wanted somebody to get, and I saw this morning. He said there's no takers for this one, so he's got a Coco available.
Oh yeah, he's up in New Hampshire.
I believe I'm waiting for Sloopy to dig one up for me. So,
are you in the Northeast or?
I'm in Delaware.
Okay.
So Mid-Atlantic, yeah.
Oh, let me turn off mute so you can hear me.
Yes.
Yeah.
He's down the street.
Darn. No, I mean, go ahead.
Yeah.
Okay. He lives about a 15-20 minute drive from me.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah.
Literally, I used to live about a minute and a half from where he lives.
Yeah.
Sorry, Mark, you were saying something too.
We're ready to take a second break. Or you want to go into the news?
Yeah, well, they'll take a second break here, and then I'll just plow through everything in one shot.
We made break 1 to break 2 without doing anything.
Right.
I'm ready for the closing credits. I mean, we've had a great show. Why ruin it?
Hi, I'm John.
And I'm Aaron of the Coco Show.
And you're watching or listening to the CoCoNation, the live and interactive talk show featuring the Tandy Color computer and its cousins.
All hail the CoCoNation.
Future Vision Research is your source for FujiNet platforms, including the FujiNet for Tandy Color computers. The FujiNet cartridge supports Coco models 1, 2, and 3 and comes with HDB-DOS DriveWire 3. Load files from SD card or connect to Wi-Fi and load files over the internet or your local Windows, Mac, and Linux computers. Applications from the FujiNet team allow you to follow news from all over the world, catch up on Mastodon messages, and even track the International Space Station. For more information and to purchase your own FujiNet devices, visit fvresearch.com.
In a world where RGB produces black and white video, one cable can make a difference. Switcheroo. Coco3ScartCable.com.
A little brush of joystick to really bring our Coco experience to life. And now I'm thinking a flourish of blue to accent our Coco scene. And this Scripset blue might be But as I'm looking at it against the canvas, it wouldn't be the right blue for me. We don't make mistakes on this show. We just have happy accidents. Now let's go for baseball blue. A nice hue to accent from our Coco, but not overpower the scene. Hi, I'm TJB Chris, the Bob Ross of the CoCoNation, and you're watching the CoCoNation live show. Now isn't that fun?
When you want the latest in TRS-80, Tandy, Dragon, MC-10, and all of their hardware cousins, no matter what it takes, or where news breaks, from around the world to your nation. The CoCoNation News with L Curtis Boyle.
Gee, we're only halfway through the show.
Yep.
Halfway. This is Curtis's news we're talking about.
Yeah, okay. Quarter of the way.
Okay, a third of the way.
Okay, so I'm going to start with the game on news, A, because I don't have a ton of it, but 2, it actually links with some of the stuff we've been talking about, including some of the stuff that Brian was showing. So he was showing a Phil Keller game from Arc Royal Games, and actually the first story I have is the game Battle of the Bulge from 1984 by Arc Royal Games. And as usual, the Wargaming Scribe does a deep depth review of it. He's got animated GIFs kind of showing you how the game actually plays. And he plays these games to their fullest. Like he actually plays the entire game, whether it takes 3 hours or 40 hours to play through. And you can see here he actually made an expanded version of the map, so you can kind of see the desert, the trees, the forests, the rivers, etc. And here he's got some troop movements and stuff around. Now, this one, he particularly pointed out that the real battle that this one is based on, I think this is the right one, had a lot more air fighting than this game. I don't think even has the air part of it, part of the campaign. It's all the ground-based troop stuff, so it's not entirely accurate to the original it's based on. And he's comparing it with some other stuff later on. As usual, like I said, a full review, label stuff, shows you screenshots, animated screenshots. And then he gives his final rating. Now, he rates these basically based on, I think, more modern sensibilities for this type of game. So a lot of the old stuff, he gives a pretty low rating because compared to modern stuff, as far as gameplay goes, he's not too worried about the graphics or the sound per se. It's more the gameplay itself. Here's the advertisement for the original. I do remember this from Rainbow. And then he's got the actual review here. So he said this one, on average duration of a game, will be 2.5 hours. He gives it a 1 out of 5 on the complexity and a rating of 1 star. Ranking at the time of the review is 37 out of 149. So actually, it's not too badly ranked with everything else because he's doing a lot of the early ones first. So, but definitely the sensibilities have changed over the years compared to what you would be used to doing in the 80s versus what you'd be doing now. And that's like text adventure games or some of the graphical games, large maps. Everything has auto mapping now. Nobody takes the time to pull out graph paper to draw the map of everything you're walking through. Whereas back in the 80s, we did that joyously. Well, maybe not quite joyously, but we didn't bother us that much. Mm-hmm. So game playing has changed a lot. Go ahead. Or I thought I heard somebody talking.
No, sorry, that was me mumbling.
Oh, okay. Anyway, go check it out. He reviews war games on every platform. He's been doing a lot of stuff from the early 80s, Apple II, the Atari 8-bits, the Coco, Tier City Model 1 and 3, etc. And I like his stuff. These are not games that I typically played that much. I did have one friend that was really into war games that did play these quite a bit, but it's just not something I have that much interest in playing myself. But I love seeing that people are going through them in detail and actually having a lot of fun with them. I was more into the role-playing style. That was my long-term playing. Next up, we have Expert Tech. And this time around on his Real Coco 1 and 2 with the Amber monitor, he decided to play Speed Racer, which since the show's already going a bit long, I won't play the video here, but you can go check it out. He plays it for about 4 or 5 minutes, just about gets to the finish of the first track that he tried. And for those of you that have played this or not played this before, it's kind of a pole position style game, one player. And you got 4 tracks you could choose from. The first track is just a simple oval type thing, so fairly easy. The other ones, the further a track number you get into it, the more hairpin turns and stuff. And it's kind of a combo of turbo and pole position because you have to pass a certain number of cars every 2 miles, which is the length of the track, to be able to extend your play onto the next 2 and a maximum of 10 miles. So it's not strictly pole position. It's actually got a bit of the turbo arcade game kind of built into it too, play-wise. Next up, we have Jim Gary did another port. Now, this one's a bit of a different port. He ported this game called Hopscotch by Free Game Blot in 1985 from the Alice Metra, or the Metra Alice, sorry, which actually is an MC10 clone from France. So this is a game that was sold in France, in French, and then Jim has translated to English and then ported it to the MC10. So this is kind of bringing back games. Now, of course, the Alice actually got a few games from, the North American side from the MC10 converted to French. So kind of returning the favor here and adding some games in. And he's got full of directions here that he's actually got on his description here, which I'll read out for the audio listeners that won't be able to see this. It said, you play against the computer and try to build as many, quote, hopscotches, unquote, as possible. A hopscotch is an alignment of 3 pieces of the same color. When a player has formed a hopscotch, he can take an enemy piece and remove it from the game, but it is forbidden to take the piece from an already formed hopscotch. When a player is reduced to 3 pieces, they can jump to any open space. I'll play just a teeny bit of the actual gameplay here. So basically, you just punch in, almost like chess moves here, like where you do the letter number combo to pick where you're going. A little bit of sound in it. Different skill levels. Now, this is not a game I'm familiar with, like a board game version of this or anything. Has anybody else played something similar to this?
I've never seen anything like it.
I just wondering if it's a uniquely French game or if there's something that's I just never saw. All right, definitely worth that.
Slightly of Neutroid.
Oh God. I don't even know what to say to that. I just threw up in my mouth a little bit.
Did someone say Neutroid?
Yeah.
Neutroid. I just woke up.
I like how Neutroid's a threat. It actually wakes people up just in case they're going to get harmed. Hey, go check it out. This is a port to the MC10. Jim has ported some of his stuff over to the Coco. I don't know if this is one of them. Obviously, he just did Stellar Odyssey, which is our Game On Challenge, one of our feature games for the next 2 weeks. So that's a real game by Nick Brennies, by the way.
Wow.
There's Neutroid.
Next up, Pere Serrat has been busy once again, and he's kind of promised he's going to be trying to do 1 or 2 of these packs per week, and he's so far keeping to his schedule. So these are the AGD games that are originally on the Spectrum from the games designer software at the time. There's hundreds of these, and he's ported these before to the Coco and the Dragon. What he's been doing now is he's been updating the ones he ported to the Supersprite FM Plus board, which is basically an enhanced graphics chip and a sound chip. And it's a little plug-in cartridge you can put in for the Coco or the Dragon. But he never corrected the colors because the Spectrum's color palette's a little bit different. So these are updated to basically get the colors closer to the original Spectrum version, so they'll look much closer to the Spectrum. So he's released 2 more of these packs. Both of them have 6 games. I'll just quickly scroll through so you can kind of see what they are. The titles are Bumber, Castle of Sorrow, Circuitry, sounds intriguing, Code 112, Cybermania, and Dark Castle. And that's on the pack number 4. Got some screenshots here.
Oh,
and
cool.
definitely looks Spectrum-y. Though I don't think this the Supersprite actually does the color bleed. I think it actually has proper colors. But here's a circuitry. You actually got a little circuit board here. Maybe this is like a CAD designer. I have no idea. What do you think, Rick? Does this circuit work or?
Yeah, I'd say so.
There's some what are these capacitors or something here? And
We got
traces.
some resistors and capacitors and traces, and we're building things.
This is my face trying to solder.
Yeah. Well, we'll see a fire here in a minute if it's animated. If I could butt in for a second, I noticed they spelled color with the U upstairs. I've been working on a sculptor program this week, and the text alignment is left, center, or right. And I couldn't get center to work. Guess why?
No idea.
CENTRE. Center.
Oh. Yep. Hey, there's that one there. Here's the Code 1120. And most of these would be platform style games because that's what the engine's kind of designed to do. There's a Sidemania there. And there's Dark Castle. That one looks a bit intriguing here because I'm not sure I'd have to actually see the game animated play here, but are these lighted areas where you see the walls show up afterwards, or is that just the design of the level? I'm not sure. And you have this little exit stairway here, it looks like.
Lighted areas. Lit.
Lighted areas.
English is hard.
Yeah. Especially with so many versions of it.
Right.
And then he also released pack number 5, which has 6 more games. So this concludes Dirty Dozer, Doom Pit Part 1, Doom Pit Part 2, Doom Pit Part 3, Droid Buster, and Space Escape. So here's the Dirty Dozer one. I'm not sure what that has to do with dozers, but... Oh, wait, here. There's your bulldozer with a kind of a face on it, I guess. There's Doom Pit. Now, this one, I don't think it scrolls. I think it's a flip screen, but it definitely goes through like a whole maze that you're going through instead of just a screen at a time, it looks like. Kind of reminds me a bit of Super Pitfall or Mine Rescue, just from general appearance. It also almost looks like a mine or like in Mine Rescue. Anyway, there's multiple ones because there's different versions of Doom Pit. And here's the droid one, which actually gives a bit of a 3D perspective on the walls instead of just a straight flat up. So I like this one visually. It looks a bit more interesting, though the perspective is a bit weird going left to right. It's basically centered upon each quarter.
So is the spelling. String. Did you see that? String HT? Go up one more. Go up one more. There we go. Strength. String
Oh,
GHT.
yeah. That's not an English spelling. I think that's a translation problem. The thing is, the AGD games that were written, and there's hundreds of them, like I mentioned before, for the Spectrum, quite a few were written by mainland Europeans, not in the UK, which is where the Spectrum is from. So there's a lot of people that English is definitely not their first language. It's almost like trying to listen to Nick upside down.
There you go.
Here's the Escape one. These look really good, and like he's ported these before to the Supersprite FM Plus board, but like I said, he just did it as a quick conversion, so the colors were kind of off, and this looks a lot closer to the original Spectrum ones, and I think it's just visually more appealing. So those of you that have the Supersprite FM Plus board, definitely go download these packs. He's got 5 of them out now, 6 games per pack, so that's 30 games already ported over to it. And that's what I had for the game news. So after that, I'll quickly go through the upcoming shows. First of all, I should ask, so some of you guys have mentioned these other, shows that are periodically done by local clubs or, local things for VCF, like not the actual main VCF show. So do you guys have any that I should maybe mention? Like Henry, you have that swap meet you guys just did. How often does that happen? Do you know when the next one is?
Next one's happening the January before Virtual Coco Fest, before Tandy, whatever the heck.
Oh, okay. So actually coming up pretty quick then, like a month and a half or something.
We try to do about every couple of months.
Okay. And Sloopy, do you know anything about VCF? Are they doing any swap meets or anything? The VCF East people? Is Sloopy still here for that matter?
And
No,
we
I
do
think he
have
left.
one of our 62,000 Discord
No,
channels
not till
is-
next year.
But are you having one in January?
No, they don't. I think their next event is East.
Okay. Okay, in that case, I will get right into those. Let's see here. Okay, I was hoping to have the guys from Retro SC in Brazil last weekend because they didn't have the bandwidth of the show. I was hoping one of them would be able to pop on. They have put some photos up in Facebook. I'll get to that in the regular news, so we'll see some of it. But I was hoping to get some comments from them. But maybe we'll try to get them on next week. So any upcoming events here. The first one we've got is World of Commodore 2024, November 30th to December the 1st. And this is in the Admiral Inn in Mississauga, Ontario, Canada. And sponsored by T-Pug, of which Franklin Harris of Retro Rewind is a very active member. And as I mentioned before, this actually includes the Super Pet, which was designed up in Canada and features a 6809 and OS9 level 1, kind of linking it to the Coco. So it's one I'd like to attend and actually fiddle around with that machine. I've never actually played with one in real life. Next up, is Mark Oberholzer still on, and does he have his mic fixed? This is kind of his baby, but if he's not here, I can mention it anyway. I don't think he's here, is he? Okay, so virtual Coco Fest / Tandy Fest, whatever you want to call it. The Tandy Retro Show is the official title. It's Saturday and possibly Sunday, January 25th. And this is online, and this has been kind of inspired from when we had to do a Coco Fest virtually during COVID. Because a lot of people, that, watch the show from Europe or Australia, et cetera, it's pretty expensive to fly up here for a Coco Fest. So this gives a chance to not only see other people's wares with live demos, et cetera, and seminars, et cetera, but you can also present stuff yourself that we wouldn't normally be able to see. And as we mentioned earlier in the show, there's definitely a few things being planned already. I know Brian Weisler, myself, and some others are going to be doing one special presentation that he teased about earlier, and I'm not going to mention anything else about. But if you have anything that you would like to present or show off, and it can be, a teaching thing, it could be some new hardware software or some old hardware software you found that's pretty cool, or just general Coco stuff, definitely get a hold of Mark Oberholzer and do it. And then this year is a little bit different, that we're actually encouraging people from other Tandy Radio Shack stuff. So some of the black and white models, pocket computers, Model 100s, et cetera. You can also present at this. So there'll be a big Tandy shared experience between all of them. So TGB Chris actually would be a good person to do something here because he's got pretty well all of this stuff, all the different hardware. And he can paint with cartridges, which is awesome. Next up after that, we have the Vintage Computer Festival, VCF SoCal, Southern California. I think this is going to be the second or third year. This is a fairly new show. I think it's the second. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong. Anyway, it's February 15th to 16th in 2025 in Orange, California at the Hotel Fair, same place it was last year. There was definitely Coco representation last year. They had the FujiNet being demoed. There's a couple other demos with Cocos too. I'm hoping Wayne Campbell can get out there. I would love him to kind of do a little show off about Basic 09 or OS 9 or something like that, or Nitrous 9. But we'll see if we can get that arranged. But this is on President's Day weekend, so if you need an excuse for a spouse and kids to take a bit of a holiday, definitely go check it out. And because this covers all kinds of machines, there'll be gaming consoles and stuff to keep the other people in the family hopefully interested enough to let you go. Next up after that is VCF East, which is April 4th to 6th. Same facilities last year, which is the Info Age Science Museum. I'm just going to change my note here.
You also see there is actually a event this weekend.
I thought you just told me there wasn't.
Well, there wasn't. Hey! I was asleep. You woke me up.
There is.
There's no.
There wasn't until they found it.
Yeah, there's no. What do you call it? There's no swap meets until after VCF East.
Okay, so the one you're talking about is this repair workshop at System Source this weekend?
Yes.
So that's today and tomorrow? I don't know anything about this, so you'll have to explain what that is.
Basically, everyone can come in and either fix the products that you bring, or if you have something that doesn't work and you don't have the skills to repair it yourself, you can bring it in and have someone there fix it for you.
Okay, that would definitely be me. The latter.
Yes.
Yeah, it's the Sloopy room.
Yeah, you can. You could learn how to solder there.
Ha!
You can take your soldering there and say, "Help me, please."
Yes, you can take your soldering iron there, and they'll give it a nice safe home.
This is a cool looking curling iron. That's what I would say.
Right.
Paramedics on site.
Yeah. So sorry about that. Continue.
Yeah. So anyway, VCF East itself is April 4th to 6th at the Info Age Museum. That is I think it's the oldest VCF, isn't it, or second oldest?
Yes, oldest.
Yeah. And
Midwest
are they coming up on
second.
their 40th anniversary or something?
40.
30,
I don't think it's 40th. I think it's quite a few, but yeah, because before they were
decades old. I know that. I just can't remember how many decades.
Yeah, because I know that when I first started going back in the before 2010, it was March, Mid-Atlantic Retro Hobbyists.
Okay. Also, I got an update. Brian Walsh said Wayne and him are planning to go to a VCF SoCal, which is cool. It sounds like that has been arranged. So yeah, if you guys want to do a booth or something, I would definitely help Wayne get some software set up to show off. After that's the big show for the Coco community, and that's the 33rd annual last Chicago Coco Fest, which actually we for sure know is not true. It's definitely not the last. We already booked ahead for another year. And that is on what's all starting in 159 days. So, start getting ready. And that's at the Holiday Inn and Suites at Chicago Carol Stream, same place as last year, which actually worked out fairly well. The room rate, special room rates for Coco Fest is already in action. You can actually book those now at $122 a night for 2 queen or 1 king size bed.
Already booked mine.
Yeah, I haven't done mine yet.
Hurry.
That you can apply for that. That rate applies to May 2nd to 5th. So if you want to come in a bit earlier, leave a bit late, you can still get the better room rate. You will need to give the group rate code of G30 to get this rate. And that special rate currently will end April 7th. So you have to book by then. Booking for the tables themselves, if you want to be an exhibitor, that's not happening until the beginning of January. So a little bit of time on that. And it's always a great time. There's a ton of people you get to meet. I know some people are coming out this year that have never been before. So I look forward to meeting a bunch of new people as well as old friends and stuff that I've been seeing since the 80s going to these shows. So always a fun time. And seminars, live gameplay that like Ken started last year. That I think hopefully we can drum up some more people to come out to that. I actually missed going to that particular part of it myself because I had too many damn seminars to do. So definitely a good time. Definitely worthwhile. If you're going to make a Coco related show this year, this would be the one I'd pick. But you should, if you can, go to them all.
I got a question.
Yep, go ahead.
Why is it Friday and Saturday, not Saturday and Sunday like last time?
Well, there were some complaints the last couple of years because some vendors, it would stay Saturday and Sunday, but some people had to get home because they had to get to work. So depending on what flights were available, they would be leaving like noon on Sunday, and they'd shut down their booths so that people that came in Sunday to visit vendors, some of them are already gone. The tables are closed up, and they figured it might be better if we do it Friday, Saturday, so that people have to get home for work on Monday. Would still be able to see everything. Go ahead.
And it's kind of strange the way hotel scheduling works. Friday, Saturday, and then it kind of extends into the middle of the day Sunday because nothing else is happening that weekend.
Yeah, because you still get to do your teardown as a vendor on Sunday. You don't have to do it
Saturday. So you can still
night.
go talk and stuff on Sunday and not be swamped by meetings and schedules and blah, blah, blah. It actually gives you more time to be just people at the Coco Fest and not scheduled into.
Yeah. And this also applies to seminars because last year we didn't do any seminars on Sunday because we had complaints previous to that people were flying out, so that some of the seminars on Sunday were so ill attended because half the people had already left because they had to there's certain connecting flights if they wanted to get back in time to have a good night's sleep before they started back to work Monday. They couldn't stay long enough to see the seminar at 2 p.m. on a Sunday or something, so they just didn't go. And we did notice that the attendance at the seminars was a lot lower on Sundays than on Saturdays. So go ahead, Mark.
You take Monday off.
Well, if you're fortunate.
Some people can't do that Thursday and Friday and then on Monday. But you haven't mentioned the best part of Coco Fest.
It's as long as you don't say Neutroid, I'm okay. What is it?
The party with the live music on Saturday.
Oh no, avoid that at all costs. It's terrible. I say that as a participant.
That's why they don't plan anything on Sunday. I get it.
It's to recover from the ear damage we give you the night before.
It's to collect bail fees for all the people that are arrested for all the arrests for cruel and unusual punishment.
Anyway, it's a lot of fun. I definitely recommend it if you're into the Coco community at all, or if you're coming back to it for the first time in years, or if you're just new to it and you want to catch a lot of the, I guess I'll call them Coco luminaries or whatever you want to call them. This is where you're going to meet the most of them at once ever anywhere. So might as well go. You can ask questions. The seminars are good. There's a lot of side things. There's some door prizes and stuff you can win too. So the auction is always a lot of fun, watching people bid insane prices for stuff. On the other hand, at the auction, you can get deals that are like a quarter of the price of what you get on eBay. So you can definitely pick up some stuff that you wouldn't be able to afford otherwise. So that's definitely another reason to come out to it.
You get to watch me to pretend to be Vanna White.
Yeah, that slinky evening gown that Mark sometimes wears to it is a sight to behold, I'll say. Anyway, definitely this is the Coco event of the year if you can make it to it.
That's
I
where
definitely
the
will.
cruel and unusual punishment comes in.
Next up after that, we have VCF Southwest in Texas, and this is at the Davidson Gundy Alumni Center, University of Texas at Dallas. And of course, Dallas-Fort Worth is where Tandy itself was. So a lot of the people that worked at Tandy and Radio Shack back in the day, including some of the hardware designers and stuff, well, this is where they still live. So a big contingent of Tandy people, including people like Jerry Heap and Mark Siegel and a bunch of others, will actually show up to this show in particular. So you actually can kind of, talk to them. Sometimes even have a special little Tandy gathering, I think on Saturday evening or something like that. And then, of course, the regular VCF exhibits. We had multiple Coco people out being vendors at the last one, and have done seminars. Boise's done seminars there multiple times. I think FujiNet stuff was out there. Chronological Gaming was out there last year. Brendan Donahue with the Coco VJ has a booth there that he sells stuff through. He's got all those MC10 upgrades and stuff. So this is a good one. Honestly, this one in Tandy Assembly, if you can afford and have the time to go to multiple shows in the year, I would pick Coco Fest first, obviously, and then Tandy Assembly and VCF Southwest would be the other two I'd pick, and Tandy Assembly because it's old Tandy stuff, of course, and then VCF Southwest because that's where all the Tandy people that worked at Tandy back in the 70s and 80s, that's where a lot of them still are. So you'll get
the
to meet
neat
them.
thing about that one is that they hold the seminars in the lecture halls. So it's a university, so they have the full lecture halls. So
UT Dallas has some awesome lecture halls.
Yeah, so they hold the seminars there.
Yeah, and they probably have some pretty big lecture halls. You can probably fit a couple hundred people.
Well, they have mics and audio
and
video and
and everybody can see.
Yeah.
There's no looking at the people behind, the heads in front of you.
Yeah, because they have those angled down seating, right?
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Yeah, they have the galleys and the overhead and the projectors and geez. Yeah. What a venue.
Cool. This is one actually I am planning as long as stuff in my house quits breaking down. On attending this year. I've actually got the money kind of saved up for it right now. I've had to dip in and borrow over $1,000 out of it right now because my washing machine broke, and then 3 days later my snowblower broke. So that's
buying a major appliance. Yeah. Well, the fridge is about ready, so
don't say that. I'm still so far the budget's still working out for doing both shows, but if I have anything else major die, that might be in jeopardy.
Yeah, with a foot of snow, he doesn't need a fridge.
Well, yeah, you need a fridge to keep things warm.
Yeah, yeah, because otherwise it freezes solid, right? So
right.
I don't know if you tried drinking solid milk out of a carton, but it's kind of a pain.
A little crunchy.
Yeah,
right.
Milksicles, that's what I call them.
Yeah, well, you get it in the bag so you can hit it with a hammer.
I thought you got your milk in a bag.
Yeah, but it turns into a bowling ball.
Well, you hit it with a hammer, and then you got milk shards.
And you got a snow cone.
By the way, I'll mention Fred Provence in the chat. He says, I fully support the change. And he's talking about going to Friday, Saturday versus the Saturday, Sunday for Coco Fest. He says, here in Salt Lake, the biggest convention of the year is Fan X, which runs Thursday through Saturday. They don't run it Sunday because many vendors can't stay because they use Sunday as a travel day. So that's the same thing. And then next one I've got, and the last one I've got for now, is the Portland Retro Gaming Expo, which runs from October 17th to 19th in 2025, which is a bit of a change from the previous years. You can see on the top here, September 27th, 29th, so it was the previous month. But this is the new one. This is the one that Tim and AJ have gone to. I think Mark Overholzer and a few others have gone to as well. Have they announced the dates yet for the Tandy Assembly? For the next one? Does anybody know?
I don't.
I haven't got it on
think
my list,
so.
but that might just be because I missed it. I've been kind of busy with other crap breaking down.
Let me. I was looking at that just yesterday. Give me a second to pull it up.
So I should give them a plug if they have that decided yet, but I don't know if they do.
No, I don't have a date for that yet.
Okay, so we'll bring that up once we find out. So I know this was probably one of the best attended this past year that they've had. It sounded like it's actually quite a good show, and we've seen some pictures of it that kind of prove that point. Anyway, that's it for upcoming.
I am planning on going this year.
Cool. So you're going to make it like 3 or 4 shows this year, eh? You're still going to VCF East?
Yeah, I'm planning on going to VCF East. Definitely going to Coco Fest. I'm not sure about VCF Midwest this year. It just depends on how everything works out. Because I have to that's probably going to be and I have to fly there. But if I have to choose between VCF Midwest and Tandy Assembly, this year I'm taking Tandy Assembly.
Okay. Okay, so as I was mentioning earlier, the Retro SC Retro Show in Brazil happened last weekend. We were hoping to get a live feed, but apparently the Wi-Fi there was so oversaturated that they couldn't even get voice out, never mind pictures or anything. And I was hoping to have them on the show today, but I haven't heard anything from anybody for a few days. And well, they put up a bunch of pictures on Facebook, so we can just go through those. So Luciano Scharf, who's a very active member of the Coco community in Brazil, and he's also got a ton of the clones. You can see here he's got like the Kodamax and the CP400 and some of the other ones I can't remember the names off the top of my head, plus actual Cocos, and I think even a Dragon back there. So that was his booth. And this is quite a well-attended show as well. I think they've had between 500 to 1,000 people at this one, I remember them saying. There's a bit of a close-up. He's got one of the prototype ones here for, I can't remember which one that was for, CPU-E in a glass case. And then I can't remember this other one here. Let me see. The MX 1600 on there. That was actually a Coco clone too, even using a Coco case painted slightly differently. Oh, I didn't want to actually exit right out.
You don't even have to mention the CP400s because they're everywhere.
Yeah, and he's got both versions. He's got the original chiclety keyboard, and then he's got the later model with a full-blown keyboard, the Mark II, I think, or something. It was CP400 Part 2 or something like that. And then the actual Coco, we're running a Coco SDC with SC Explorer. Deluxe joysticks, etc. And of course, he's got the little history and stuff. Of course, you have to understand Portuguese to read that. But a lot of the guys there actually do speak English. I mean, Erico speaks it really well. Luciano is understandable. You might have to concentrate a bit on it, but this is a show I would like to make once I retire, because I mean, it's from what I understand from Erico, the place it takes place is literally like less than a mile from a beach on the ocean. So. And apparently the area is quite nice. So if you want to actually have a holiday for a couple of weeks and just take in the show on the weekend for fun, you know, that might be worthwhile doing. That was kind of my plan for a few years from now. And plus I got all the other retro stuff from Brazil. And of course, Brazil had that clone market that was second to none. I think it was even ahead of Russia because they had that law where they wanted everything made in Brazil. So they cloned Apples and Spectrums and Cocos and all kinds of stuff. Multiple times over, so there's a lot of really cool hardware there.
Hey Curtis, the beach they have over there is a clone of Coco Beach.
That's a groaner. If somebody can mute Ron's mic for the rest of the show, please.
That was terrible.
Go on and do that. That'd be great.
Come on, you're just jealous you didn't think of it first. Anyhow.
This next one here is, I I don't know what this is. This looks, PMC80. So this is a Tier City Model 1 clone with a built-in cassette recorder. Nick, if you're still there, was this one of the ones they sold through Dick Smith or something with a different name?
A PMC80 is the American version of the Dick Smith System 80.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not to do with Dick Smith, but Dick Smith sold the same machine. It was a machine made in Hong Kong. It was a TRS-80 Model 1 clone.
Yeah, with a cassette deck built into the case. And did some of them come with dual cassette decks too?
Well, it does support a second deck. It has a jack for a second external recorder,
which makes pirating tapes so much easier. So
man,
yeah, perfect.
Yeah.
Once you make the main image loaded in RAM, you can even like create 2 pirate copies at once.
I don't know of anyone who did that, but anyway.
Sure.
Of course not.
You can see also this is Daniel Campos's booth, and I think we've had him on the show last year when they actually were able to make it live. And this is a guy, I don't remember his name. I think wasn't he a hardware designer or something? I think he did. I'm trying to remember. He did some hardware that actually is Coco related that he actually built.
That gray thing is a TRS-80.
Yeah, that's a different kind of keyboard on that sucker, eh?
Yeah.
I don't even know how to pronounce his name, so I'm kind of been trying to avoid it. It's
Yeah,
Piotr
right.
Shvidchenko.
Tetris clone.
And here, this looks like a C64 VIC-20. I can't tell which one from here.
Yeah,
But yeah, that's an interesting TRS-80 clone there with the chiclet keyboard and kind of a triangular shape, if you notice the side of the case here. That's a unique design.
Weird.
Mercio Mate with a dragon, a Tano dragon at that.
Oh, nice colors.
Playing Puyan with Nick's favorite color set of all time. The pastel one.
Nice pink skyline.
Here goes Nick's ego again.
Now we're talking.
So obviously there's a Coco 3 with a pretty cool looking joystick. I like the buttons on the upper corner here. They're actually different shapes and sizes, plus one on top of the stick itself, but running a glass case Coco SDC and running Gunstar. So it's obviously upgraded with 609 and 512K, plus an Ed Snyder keyboard.
So you could theoretically run both buttons with one thumb. That's an interesting joystick.
Yeah. You just kind of hop back and forth.
Rocket
Which for
thumb,
certain
yeah.
games that would be good, and other games it would kind of suck. Well, I guess they're close enough together you could hit both with one thumb, I'm pretty sure.
And then you've got one on top as well, so you got some options. I like that.
Isn't that the early
one.
case that the SDC came in?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, it is.
I think Nick actually had one of these, didn't you?
No, not that case. I have an early board.
Or maybe it's Tim Linder I'm thinking of, because somebody's actually showed it on the show.
It is, yeah. I think it's Tim Linder's case.
And this is a highly recommended game. Unlike Neutroid, this is a really good game. It requires a 609 and it's digitized sound effects, multi-directional full screen scrolling, 4 or 5 different levels. I can't remember now. I haven't played in a while. A really cool couple of bosses on the later scenes, and a couple of sub games like the Asteroid Belt and stuff. Like there's a lot of variety. It's everything Neutroid isn't.
And I played the new version on the MC10.
Okay.
Hello?
Yeah, right.
Hasn't been ported yet.
I'm not sure what this looks almost. I'm not sure what those are actually. I don't know if that's another Coco clone I'm not familiar with, or. But you can just see from the background, there's a ton of booths. If you're into retro gaming or retro computing in general, there's a ton of stuff here, and some unique machines that weren't sold anywhere else. That looks like the inside of a dragon, and then the other dragon over here. Gunstar in action. Level 1, it looks like.
Yeah.
There's the dragon. Unfortunately, it's coming up in a gray screen. I'm not sure. I'm trying to remember what is Brazil had a weird TV thing. It was kind of like PAL, but with some NTSC stuff in it or something.
Yeah, something like that.
It wasn't pure PAL and it wasn't pure NTSC. I do remember that.
That's a pretty yellowed case.
Wasn't it called PAL M?
Yeah, that might be it. I can't remember the exact detail. I remember it was different.
CCAM? No.
No, the CCAM was France.
Oh, okay.
Or France, okay, yeah.
France.
But yeah, you can definitely see the case or differences in the case colors here from the yellowing of the plastic.
Yes,
Either that or somebody was an incredibly heavy smoker before they brought it out.
Or
Well,
it could be the gold version.
they had a bright, sunny house and enjoyed it.
Yeah. And there he's playing Puyan on a dragon with the cover off. There's another clone, this time playing Tut's Tune by Mark Data Products, written by Rob Shaw. Artifact colors there appear to be working properly, though. I don't know if he's got some sort of adapter. Yeah, because the blue of the was a vase or something like that. I can't remember.
Shown off blue.
Yeah. There's one for Nick. Which one's that playing on the PMC 80 Tier City Model 1-3 clone?
I don't know if that's Scarf Man.
Yeah. Yeah, I recognized it because it looks pretty similar to the Coco version of Scarf Man by the same company, the Cornsoft Group.
Yeah.
And actually, the giveaway here is a high score, 10,000 by TCG, the Cornsoft.
Looks like they loaded it from the mobile phone there. Cassette load.
And as my eyesight gradually deteriorates reading all these stupid news stories to you guys, this is the kind of glasses I'll be wearing in about 2 years. But actually, virtual reality glasses, and I think he's playing the Coco, like the Coco and the CP400 here or something. Because who's the guy? There was a guy in England that actually had his big virtual, not just the goggles, but he also had the whole treadmill and stuff that he was on. He was playing Phantom Slayer and stuff on it. I haven't heard from him in a while, but
the guy might have been on Coco Talk.
Yeah, it had been a couple times.
VR Man.
And there's Zaxxon playing on one of the clones there with full color. So obviously they've got the NTSC PAL M or whatever it was sorted out. And this is Luciano. I can't read.
Erico.
Was that Erico?
Yeah, and that's his game on the screen.
Oh, duh. I feel like an idiot. Well, that's not a game, is it? Isn't it more of like a demo with
more of a
it's animations with like text that you can set it up to talk to each other, these characters? All done in
Like
just plain old reset graphics, semi-graphics 4 mode. He's done some amazing things.
Yeah, there's got some art going on there.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna have to tap him when I get back to my game because I got so tired of trying to draw graphics.
The last picture, if I'm right, had a woman in there.
I don't know why you keep bringing it up, Ron, but okay.
Well, there's not many in the show. There's not many that come to the shows.
Calm down, Ron.
And here, this is also proof here, this particular shot, showing the VR goggles again and one of the CP400 joysticks, that the young people are getting into it. And we've seen that at Coco Fest too, where there's people like, under the age of 20 getting into not just the Coco scene, but the retro scene in general, which is cool to see. VCF, we've seen a fair bit of this too. And I hope that keeps going because it's this, if you want to learn how computers work and, development at a simpler scale, I mean, it definitely helps to go with the retro stuff because the modern stuff is all so large and so wide in scope that you have no idea what's going on under the hood. I think that's back to the beginning. Yeah. So anyway, that's our brief report on the Retro SC show in Brazil, which is held annually. And we've had some live coverage from there in several years in the past. And it's cool to see that they're keeping the Coco and the Brazilian Coco clone scene going.
Yep. All right. Now for the outro.
Nice joke, Nick.
Yeah, you're hilarious.
Got you for another hour at least.
Oh yeah. I'm almost going to name this week Coco Compiler Week because there's so many updates to Coco compilers and emulators this week to cover. So the first one here, if you go to the GitHub of NowhereMan999, which is Glen Hewlett, of course, the guy behind most of the transcodes we've had from Williams the last few years. So he's been doing his basic to 6.09 compiler, and he's got version 3 out now, which actually includes some sample programs, including like a ray tracer, BMP. He's got stuff to talk directly to the SDC and talk to some of the files that are outside the Coco file system, but actually on the SDC file system. So he's got stuff there you can read, graphics or sound or background music or whatever you want from the SDC directly. The manual's been updated to cover some of the new commands that cover all this stuff. So he's added the Coco SDC file support, including reading and writing to the SDC file system directly. If a 609 is present, it will actually kick itself into native mode, which will give you a speed up between 10 to 50% on average, which is something that Nix games tend to do as well. He's added a compiler option -A, which will make your program auto start. So when you do a load M, it just instantly kicks on. You don't type exec. He fixed a bug where if a variable name had the letters that spell and, or, mod, XOR, not, or divar in the name, it will actually properly create the variable names, because otherwise it was kind of like taking that as a token and kind of screwing it up. So that you can get all that stuff and you can download it here. He's got some sample programs now that you can try or take a look through to see how you talk to the SDC, et cetera, as well. And an updated manual covering all the new features. So that's number one for the compiler stuff. And we'll get into some more compiler stuff here shortly. But first, we have Coco Town. And it's not doing anything directly with Moon Patrol, but he did a rather longer video for him, 40 minutes, which is covering, as the title says, 8 surprising 6.09 assembly optimizations and 3 unsurprising ones. And this is surprising to him. And there was a few things here I hadn't really thought of either, which is kind of cool. I always like discovering new things, and especially when other people have done all the work to figure them out. But I'll play the intro because it's just a lot of fun. He usually has really good intros. This is a bit drier than his typical ones, but still good.
Hello and welcome.
You guys are hearing this? I'm make sure I got
Did
sound
you know
shared.
I have been working on a game? In fact, I have a whole series about me working on the game. And over this time, I've come across many ways to make my code faster. And many of these have really surprised me. Thanks to folks like Glen Hewlett, Curtis Boyle, Simon Jonason, William Astle, Steve Bamford, and Darren Atkinson's amazing 6809 programming guide, I have learned all sorts of ways that your 6809 can be improved. I've collected what I consider to be the top 3 rather unsurprising optimizations you can do in your 6809 code, along with 8 rather surprising ones that threw me for a loop when I first discovered them. And number 8 in particular was quite a doozy. Now wait, don't skip ahead. I know you want to, and I know this video is rather long, but you gotta watch it in order. That said, you don't have to watch it all at once. You can watch just one optimization a night, and in that way, you can spread your Coco Town joy through the week and beyond.
Anyway, I'm not going to play any of them for you because you'll have to go check it out on his YouTube channel. Links, of course, are in the show notes, which are already uploaded on our Discord in the news summaries section. And yeah, like I said, there's a few there that I hadn't really thought of either. So pretty good stuff. And if you want to just learn the ways to optimize writing 6.9 assembly code, you might as well get in good habits right off the start and learn these before you start doing a major project, and then suddenly have to figure out how to speed it up after the fact. Next up after that, this is some of the emulator updates. So Tier City GP emulator has been updated to version 2.5.4. Now, this is a emulator done by one of the main Tier City guys that usually does Model 1 and 3 stuff, and they added the MC10 emulation and then Coco 1 and 2 emulation on, as well as all the black and white machines. So he's done updates here for a ton of stuff. One of the big things is Peter Satinsky, and we'll talk about the Trash Talk live show from last weekend where this was talked about, but he managed to get one of the Tandy 10s. This is one of the rarest actually commercially available things that Tandy ever put out. I think it's based on the ads terminals. Is that right, Henry?
ADDS, yeah.
Yeah. So
System 70, I think.
Yeah, so this was a huge thing and actually had its own table with drive bays and all kinds of stuff on it. And it was sold in 78, I think, briefly, and there wasn't that many made. And basically, almost none of them seem to exist anymore, especially functioning. And Peter Satinsky managed to get one, which he had to ship in a crate. And, the thing's huge. And you'll definitely want to check out the video of the trash talk, which I'll get into a little bit later here, because he's actually shows people what it looks like. And even unloading the crate, he's got some photographs of it. But that emulation has now been added because they managed to finally dump the ROMs to this very, very rare machine. And as you can see on the top here, there's a ton of stuff that's been updated here. And there's some stuff for the Coco in particular. One of the main things for the Coco is they've added Becker port support through host port or serial to the Becker menu. So that gives some compatibility with some of the emulators and stuff too that also support the Becker port, named after Gary Becker, of course. 68,000 debugger has been added for the Model 16 6000. MC10 has got support for the Peak 2, which reads the keyboard check directly from the port, I think, if I remember correctly. That's helped some of Jim Gary's games. So if you're trying to run Jim Gary's games for some of the keyboard controls and it wasn't quite working right, that should fix that. Cassette now starts if inserted while load or system is in progress. And there's a whole bunch of other stuff you can see on the screen here, but updates, Coco cassette relay sound effects are now there. Coco program pack auto start control via menu or turned off by a command line option. Coco FTC timing has been adjusted to hit 300 revolutions per minute precisely. So there's a fair bit of Coco related content that's been updated as well as for other machines. And this is actually one that's been kind of gaining traction. I'm trying to remember the guy who writes it. It's one of the two Phillips brothers, isn't it? It's is it George?
George, and I do believe Peter helps. But
okay.
Yeah, primarily George is who I've talked to about it.
Okay, because actually both of them were on the Trash Talk episode last week, and normally I only see one of them or the other. I don't usually see both, so it's kind of cool to see them both, and they're fellow connects in the BC area too. So if you've been playing around with this particular emulator, I definitely get this. It adds a lot of Coco functionality, which is cool, as well as the Tandy 10 if you want to explore that. And a lot of bug fixes for the other machines as well. So next up, the Sprite compiler by Paul Fiscarelli has released an update. And now this is a Coco 3 only and the 16 color mode only Sprite compiler program. It's Windows based, sorry. But that's what he uses, so that's what he's used to. But it not only handles compiled sprites, which I kind of already knew, and this basically creates code to draw shapes on the screen, which can be much faster than just using a generic thing where you're ORing and ANDing and everything else. Well, you like if you know that the middle part of a sprite is going to completely overwrite whatever's under the screen, you don't need to use the OR, ANDing, masking, and stuff there, which is slower. You can actually just straight store it. So this actually will take the shape you've drawn, figure out what kind of shortcuts to this can be taken. It'll make code that is generally bigger, but much, much faster, several times faster in most cases. And you can see a little sample here of one that he's done. It generates the FCBs, et cetera, and then the code itself. Now, this also I did not know, and I don't know if this is new, but he also will support doing full screen dumps, which you can also save out, and also supports dzip compressed background sprites, including entire screens. So the dzip, I think it was Doug Maston wrote the dzip, like the unzipping of that particular one. And it's a very small routine. It's less than 256 bytes. And Doug Maston, of course, is the guy that wrote the original Contras for Sundog. But he has now built into his sprite compiler, so you can actually create compressed versions so that you're not loading as much off disk, and it'll uncompress it in memory once it gets executed. So you'll be able to save some disk space and actually still have your compiled sprites in there. So that's pretty cool too. So you can go get that on his GitHub, and of course the link for that is also in the show notes. Next up, we got a couple updates from Bruce Moore. So he's done a blog update on his CocoGraceNote.ca site. So he this one he did a link to it recently on Facebook, I believe it was, but it's linking to a project he actually did quite a while ago, which is his electronic book called System Hack, and it's talking about teenagers, hacking onto machines over the phone lines back in the 80s, which I did a little bit of myself back in the day. And it's a video link, but the video's been out for like 5 years. So I think he was just kind of trying to rekindle some interest for those that have come to the Coco community later on and don't know about this. So I won't play into that because we have played it before, but definitely go check it out if you want to. But the other thing that he did is that he went over to David Kroeker's place, and I was hoping maybe David would be on the show or in the chat. I don't know if he is in the chat. I haven't seen lately. But one thing that Bruce has been working on is trying to get an MP3 player chip to work in the Coco so that his sequel to The Forest of Doom can actually do full music in the background. And this is kind of like showing some design stuff that they've been doing. But as they're going through this, and this is kind of like a free live discussion, just free forming it basically, you know, if they're talking between each other of some design changes. And one thing David brought up is he's found another MP3 chip that takes a lot less real estate, can be paired with multiple MP3 chips, gets rid of some background electronic noise they were getting with the original chips and stuff, and will take a lot of less space. Solve some of the problems they've been trying to do. So they're thinking of switching the entire project over to this new chip, and the new chip actually can work with multiple MP3 chips at once. So what they're thinking of possibly doing is having a few of these on the same card, and basically you can tell it, go play this background music from this particular MP3 that's on your Coco SDC SD card. And then you can have sound effects that it can play from a second MP3 player, so it actually will merge the two together. So your music will keep going while you have digital sound effects going for, say, laser firing or explosions or whatever else, all being MP3s, which actually sounds like a pretty cool project. Now, this, I would definitely highly recommend go check out the full video here where they're kind of going through some of the things they're thinking about and planning on. It's 14 minutes, so I can't really play it here unless we had a shorter show. So it's I'll have to let you guys do it. I'll play a little bit of getting just so you can kind of get introduced if you haven't met, you know, Bruce and David before, but definitely go check this out.
So here we are in the Kroeker Labs, David Kroeker and his wonderful engineering projects down here. Should we tour your collection before we or should we get, you know what, let's just get right into that. We'll get into this. Dave has got a serious retro collection here. I mean, here's just one quick example. Here, I'll just do a little pan. See if you can see in the background there. All right. So David has been recreating a prototype of the DF player. Is that right? The DF player. This is the module that I believe Steve Bjork was using for a lot of his projects, like his WeTalker projects and all that. And his idea was that you just trigger it through the Coco serial port. You can trigger some MP3 players, right?
Yeah.
And so
anyway, that kind of gives you a little bit of the background. And now they're thinking about changing the chip that's being used because this new one's a lot easier to work with, takes a lot less real estate on the board, and can work in conjunction with other chips so that you can actually have several inputs to it, several different MP3s. Definitely go check out the video, see what they're planning though.
Can I say I really vote for this kind of project because it's powered by the Coco and not just ship it off to a Pi and have the Pi do it and send it back to the Coco again. This is
kind of, yeah. I mean, the MP3 player chip obviously is doing all the heavy lifting of decompressing an MP3
right,
and jamming it out, but yeah.
Right, but the Coco's doing the actual processing of making things happen rather than just asking some remote.
Rather than offloading everything and basically just, you know, getting woken up after it's done.
I'm getting tired of what you can do on a Pi and then ship it back to the Coco screen because, yeah, you can do all kinds of things on a Pi and ship it back to the Coco screen. You know, with Pi DriveWire or Fuji or just doing things on a Pi and plugging it into the Coco. I'm sorry, I got off on a religious war that I didn't really mean to.
I think there's room for both, honestly.
True.
I did put it in the show notes here. I won't play it here because we just played that off of his blog post, but there's a direct link to his video as well. And this is an unlisted one, so normally the only way we can get to it is if you actually go through his blog post. So please go read the blog post. There's not too much added on there, but you know, let them get some of the view links from it. I was hoping Bob Emery would be here today because this is his video, and it's called Rebuilding My Coco 3 Plus. It's a 30-minute video on YouTube on his La Coco Strangiato channel. And so he's rebuilding his Coco 3 Plus, and also for the very first time ever since his channel started on YouTube, he's got a blooper reel at the end of it. So it's worth the price of admission just for that, honestly. Well, I'll play a little bit at the beginning here, just so you can kind of get a feel for what the video is going to be about. I won't play it, obviously, because it's half an hour, but definitely go check it out.
Hello and welcome back to La Coco Strangiato. Today I have something special that I have been working on for quite a while. In fact, well over 20 years. Well, I did take a 20-year break along the way. So if you've never watched my very first video on this channel, I actually do recommend checking that out before watching this one, so you can really appreciate what's been done and where she came from. She's definitely one of a kind and my favorite daily driver Coco that I absolutely love using. She's had quite an upgrade, so let's check it out. As you can see, I have quite a mess on my workbench here. So I wanted to live stream this, but I forgot.
Anyway, I'll let you check the video out for the actual thing here, but basically it's a Coco 3 that has stuff like a floppy drive built into the case and, you know, the little joystick built into the case and stuff like that. So it's kind of like when we first found Bob's first video and then invited him on the show, and he's been mostly a regular ever since. Because he'd done, like, you know, tower repacks and stuff back in the day, and then he also made this one actually fit in the Coco 3 case where he had a little 3.5-inch, I think a third height drive that was on the side, and you could actually insert the disc right into the Coco. It was like almost a Coco portable, which is actually what I originally thought the Coco 3P meant. But yeah, it's easy. He's been updating it and adding to it and stuff. And it the look of it at the very end, because he even repaints the case and stuff, it actually looks really, really cool. So definitely go check the video out. Next up, Eddie Malfris on the TRS-80 Discord, the Tandy Discord, I should say, not the Coco Discord particularly. Uploaded a bit of Tandy history here, and this is actually from Jerry Heap. It's a memo basically internally in Radio Shack from Research and Development. And it's about using the Coco as a host to feed diagnostics to a video text terminal with some instructions. And because it's a fairly short memo, I will actually just kind of read it out loud for our audio listeners here. And I would like to know, and I think Eddie was mentioning this too on his post here, do these EPROMs still exist? It says turn on, basically, the video text diagnostic downloading procedure. Number 1, turn on both the video text unit and the color computer and make sure they're properly connected to the modem, which should already be turned on. Number 2, press the brake key on the video text unit twice and then wait for 2 seconds. Number 3, to download the diagnostic program, press the 1 key on the color computer. It takes a couple of minutes to download. Number 4, to download the burn-in RAM test, turn off both machines and follow these instructions again, except press the 2 key on the color computer instead of the 1 key. And then he has the arrangements of the PROMs on the cartridge, and he's got the diagnostic program as 1 ROM, a burn-in RAM test as a 2nd ROM, host 2 ROM as a 3rd, and then an empty one. So it looks like this is something for internal testing. Sorry, go ahead.
Say, Brian has that 4 ROM cartridge, but does he have those ROMs?
So it's pretty cool because basically the color computer is used to test the video text ROMs. And there's obviously some hooks built into the ROM on the video text to allow this, which I didn't really know. And of course, the video text is basically a Coco 1 in hardware with a built-in modem. And, you know, no joysticks or anything, but
I guess
definitely cousins.
Seriously, there are a lot of things that use a 4 ROM cartridge. Are they all the same kind of, is that like a standard?
I think it was back then, like Spectral Associates sold a little prototype board with this exact same layout, and it was usually 2K ROMs at that time, most of the time.
Right.
I think Robert Kilgus had a few.
Which
Brian?
This probably illustrates why, because it's not so much a 2K ROM, but you can put a bunch of different programs on 2K ROMs.
Yeah. Like Robert Kilgus had a little debug monitor program that was built onto a little ROM like this too, that he wrote. And basically, like you show here, you can keep in one part of your thing, and as long as you build hooks into it, you can add different ROMs for different functions without having to make an entirely new ROM board. You just swap chips, depending what you want to do, and still keep that core functionality with this same ROM that always stays in there.
Brian.
Yeah, that was cool. Like Eddie's been bringing up a lot of really cool stuff. That's either, well, he does stuff for other TRS-80s as well. But he's one who found the original Project Green Thumb prototypes for the University of Kentucky, which is in a Model 1 case, but it uses a 6809 and a 6847 VDG. Or actually, I think it was even a 6800 back then, so 78, 79. And then the blue Ag Vision versions of it, he's got that. So he's got all these different prototypes. And he keeps finding memos like this and stuff that was internal to Radio Shack that the general public never saw before.
All right.
Okay, this one's a really cool one, and this is getting back into the compilers kind of thing. So this is UG Basic, Microgames Basic, and the author is adding in some new animate commands. These will just be showing up in the beta branch right now. This was actually pre-beta that he did these, and he posted some videos on the Discord in the UG Basic channel showing some of the animations running on the Coco, and he has ones that are showing P Mode 3, which is what the particular one I'm going to show here is, also P Mode 4, so slightly higher res, but black and white, and also some multicolor Coco 3 stuff. And basically, you set it up so that you get the different frames and stuff. There's even some compression stuff built in, so it doesn't take so much to load off disk or tape. And you basically set it up with the animate command to cycle through the actual animations, and you can change which animation sequences you're using, depending, like in this case, you'll see it punching and kicking and whatever. And the latest stuff you just started adding in later on is also to get it to move while it's doing the same thing. So Erico Montero is, the graphics whiz on the low res stuff. Was quite impressed with this, and he uses UG Basic quite a bit himself. So he's looking forward to using these on his own designs. But I thought I'd show this because the animation's actually pretty decent. Almost looks rotoscoped, and might have been based on some rotoscope stuff. And this is Coco 1.2 P Mode 3. I mean, this is
kind of awesome.
Yeah, I'm gonna see. Actually, I wasn't planning on doing this, but maybe I'll do it anyway. I will see if I can grab the Coco 3 one so you can kind of see what the difference is there. Unfortunately, Discord sucks at sharing stuff, so I'll have to download it in the background. Oh, he's even got some more updates. So please check out the UG Basic channel in Discord. He's actually got some updates here showing the individual frames and some of the source code, but I'll just grab the one other little. Okay, so it's kind of shrunk there, sorry, but you can see the multicolors there, and that's a Coco 3 version of the same anime command running. So there's some pretty cool looking stuff you can do with this. And the fact that it actually supports that dzip compression too means you can actually load the stuff in without taking an entire disk just to do one character. And this command, the animate command, will actually work on a lot of the platforms because, of course, Microgames Basic is a cross-platform. It works on the Ataris and Commodores and Amigas and STs and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. There's dozens of machines it supports. So these types of commands will be something you can do for cross-platform development too. And then you basically just change your graphics core to have a 4-color Coco screen or a P Mode 4 2-color higher res screen or a Coco 3 16-color screen, like in this case. Next up, we have updates that Ciaran has done to XROAR. So he did a 1.7 near the beginning of the week, and then he did a quick update to 1.7.1 a little bit later in the week, and you can go download this from 6809.org.uk/XROAR. And this contains, the 1.7 was basically some new functionality. So on that particular case, he added in a new -joy-db-file option, which specifies STL-compatible gamepad database file. New Linux evdev joystick module, quote, large changes, unquote, to underlying UI mechanisms, and new features backported to the GTK plus 2 UI. And he also fixed one of the causes of the crashes running XROAR under Windows 11, which is good because I've seen a few people mention that they were getting some strange things happen. I'm staying on Windows 10 because I'm not a fan of Windows 11. And basically, the 1.71 just did some, bug fixes and stuff here to kind of clean a few things up, including reducing the memory use when reading gamepad mappings file, and included some missing files in the tarball distribution that were discovered after the release of 1.7. The other thing he did is he worked with Gui Major at the Color Computer Archive, and the Color Computer Archive's online XROAR has been updated to this new version as well. So there's a bunch of new bug fixes, et cetera, that you should be able to run some software a bit more smoothly if you're running it directly on the archive by clicking the Play Now button where it's supported. So you can definitely check that out as well. In fact, that might be handy on people trying to play the game on challenge that don't have a Coco and don't want to, bother setting up an emulator on their own machine. They can actually just do it online through the browser. And 60, if you're still in the chat there, if you have any further things you want to add in that you might have added to XOR or fixed in XOR, please feel free to let us know while the show goes on. Oh, a quick update here. Paul Fescarelli in the chat just said this is to Ishy that we mentioned earlier in the show that had that hidden basic program that was sold through Spectrum Products in '83. And Paul says he thinks he found it. So that was a quick reaction time. We might have another missing program returning. Next up in this, sorry,
a couple of breakthroughs this morning.
Yeah, a game that we've never seen before that got recovered and now a utility. So this here, if you can see the screenshot, is basically the Trash Talk episode 41 that was last week. There's a few Coco people on there and a few people talking about Cocos. That included myself, Henry Gernhardt, of course, is on our panel right now as well, and Jim Brain, and then of course, the various regulars like Peter Satinsky, Ian Maverick from Australia, Peter and George, the brothers that do the Tier City GP emulators. I just found out. Thanks, Alan. And Tony Capolini's also been active in the Coco community, and then a bunch of others as well. Really cool. There's a lot of cool stuff being discussed on here. A lot of updates on projects and stuff too. And definitely check it out. Paul Fitzgerald said it was a deleted file in one of his 10,000 plus disk images. That's actually, that hits too close to home. Having too many disk images down through stuff. Anyway, it's a good show. It's just about 2 hours, which Ian is pretty good at keeping at that rate. Dusty, who's from the UK here, you can see in the second last row, second from the right, is the guy that does the Tier City newsletter and organized some of the programming competitions that we're just finishing up a programming competition that covers all the tier cities, including the Coco and the MC10 for that matter. So if you ever want to enter in those, there's actually door prizes and stuff I think he has for those. And then the newsletter is actually getting to be pretty big. It's like dozens and dozens of pages and covers all the machines. So a lot of cool stuff happening there. And they do these shows about once every month or two type thing. Next up, Pere Serrat. Of course, we talked about his AGD games he's been fixing up for the original Spectrum Colors set. And they uploaded this to the Coco group on Facebook. MAME instructions for the Supersprite FM board, zip version 1. I didn't get a chance to actually try this. I don't know if anybody else in the panel has, but I'm guessing this is something where you can actually emulate the Supersprite FM Plus, the graphics chip and the sound chip with the Coco under MAME. So you can actually play these games.
Yep.
Sorry, who said that?
Oh, yeah, this is Alan. Yeah, I mentioned it earlier in the chat that if you have MAME and you do a list devices on a recent version, the Supersprite FM is loadable and you can pick it as the cartridge, or you can attach it to a multi-pack virtual slot. And I'm sure that's what those MAME instructions are for.
Cool. Because I would like to try some of these AGD games. I mean, I've tried the original AGD Coco ports, but that's just straight P mode 4 with artifacting type thing. And this would actually give you the full 16 color multi-voice music and everything else. That'd be really cool to try. I don't think any of the other emulators currently support the board either, do they?
I don't know of any other ones that do.
Okay, so yeah, that's cool. Thanks, Pere, for doing that. And thanks for all the conversions, which are still ongoing. Next up after that, there were some people asking about the Steve Bjork assembly language tutorial. This was something we did back in Coco Talk. Steve and both Steve Stourbridge and Steve Bjork kind of organized this doing assembly language tutorials, how to do animated graphics and stuff like that, 689 programming, etc. And so people have been asking about the original slides and the file, so you don't have to type in all the source listings yourself by hand looking at the screen while watching the videos. And Steve Stourbridge was kind enough to actually upload those to the Facebook group. So this is actually a link, and I put this specifically into be in the show notes on Discord, so you can actually get the entire playlist of all of the episodes, all 12 basically, that Steve Bjork hosted back in the few years back, 5 years ago by the looks of it. And then Steve Stourbridge uploaded to the Coco group on Facebook the actual zip file containing the slides and the files themselves. So you can actually grab those too. So that was a request that he had. And he uploaded them. So it was great. Thanks, Steve. Next up, there was actually two posts. This is Sheldon MacDonald. So he's been working on a Coco 1.2 raycasting engine. This is the same type of engine that Nick Moretti's used on Gatecrasher. And of course, Sockmaster did originally for the Gloom and Gloom 2 demos for the Coco 3. So this is a Coco 1 and 2 version in Semi-Graphics 4 on top of it. So this is like low-res graphics doing a raycaster. And they're written in semi-language. So Sheldon did two posts. He did one earlier this week where he got the initial concept running, but it still runs pretty slow. And then a couple days later, he did a highly optimized version, which I'll show here. And this one here, he's kind of fiddling with textures to see what kind of works, what kind of doesn't. So there's a few things here he's definitely going to change. But you'll be able to walk around a 3D landscape, turning at angles left and right, and then running through, and you can actually see it. So I'll play a little bit of this. Actually, it's only a minute, so I'll just let it go. So there you can see you're kind of going forward and back, and he's got colored walls that change on the left, and singular colors on the right.
Coco Doom.
Yeah, literally on a Coco 1 and 2, low res at this point. You could definitely use a higher semi-graphics mode to get the graphics a bit more fidelity. And like I said, he was experimenting with, using different textures to show, zoomed up walls and stuff. And he himself, I think, had mentioned that, it's an experiment. He may not end up doing it this way. His previous one did solid walls only.
But he's got a lot of it right, like the ceilings to forever, floors to forever. This is the Doom engine.
So, Nick, I was going to ask you, are you ready to port Gatecrasher to the Coco 1 and 2?
I have thought of it. I just don't have time at the moment.
Sheldon does.
Nice.
And he said he's still not done optimizing. This is quite a bit faster than his original version, like multiple times faster. But there's still more to be done. And he's still fiddling like textures and stuff. And maybe he'll actually bump the engine up to a higher semi-graphics just to give you a bit more resolution, especially vertically for drawing some of the walls and whatever else, sprites or whatever you throw into the game. And if you want to actually download and try it yourself, he's been doing this dual IDE, which is an IDE editor assembler package that basically he's got working for both the Coco using 6809, and he's also got a 68000 version for running on the Sega Genesis. And he's actually been writing a game on the Genesis too, which you can actually very faintly see in this screen clip here. But basically, it's one IDE that actually will do both of these machines with both the CPUs, the 68000 and the 6809. And if you download the latest version, which is version 0.65, and requirements here, you need at least Windows XP Plus or Vista or 7 or 10 or 11. I noticed he skipped Windows 8. And DirectX 9.0C or DX Legacy for later versions of Windows. If you download 0.65, which he just released November 19th, you actually get the source code included for this raycaster. So if you want to see how he's doing what he's doing, the code's included. And you can assemble and try it yourself and tweak it and do whatever else you want with it. And you can get that off of his smdreloaded.com site. Links, once again, are in the show notes on Discord. Next up after that, Steve Norton. And this is something actually Nick and I were talking about this past week. There's a ton of programs released for the Coco 1 and 2 over the years, starting about 81, 82 for like the Solution, Screen Machine, Super Screen Machine, Screen Master. There's a whole bunch. I can't remember all, but there's at least a dozen of them. But basically were machine language routines that would interface with BASIC to draw text on the screen. Some of them did the same, technical resolution of text characters 32 by 16 that the VDG normally supports, but they'd add, say, lowercase, smooth scroll. And you can mix text and graphics, obviously, because it's a graphic screen. This is one that actually got uploaded by Steve Norton, and he's actually been figuring out the documentation, because a lot of these have special escape code or controlled code sequences to do some of the special features. And this one was called Text Master, and it came out in 85, I believe it was. Do you remember, Nick? We took a look at the intro screen.
Yeah, no, it's pretty good.
But basically, he's been figuring out all the codes, because without that, it's just kind of a demo with whatever demo program you got with it. And this particular one supports, it only runs on the P1 screen. Some of the other ones would actually run on all P modes and scale the characters appropriately. But this one supports 32, 36, 42, 51, 64, 85 columns of text on the screen by 24 lines. So it's different size fonts. And Some of them can be a bit faster than others if it falls in even byte boundaries, but sometimes you just want more, real estate on the screen. He has different size fonts you can put on the same screen. Some of the other ones would only do different size fonts if you switch which P mode you're running in. And then it has a ton of extra features here, and he's actually listed them in the comments. So it supports proportionally spaced text. A lot of them did not do that. Underline text, inverse text, upside down text, superscripts and subscripts. So it'll shift, numbers vertically up a little bit or lower a little bit, to match what certain things you would use writing papers. Overtype text and audible bell with Control G. Screen protection from scrolling on both the top and the bottom, so you can make a little window where, if you were saying you're doing a text adventure game and you want the room description to always appear on the top, you could tell it to screen protect that and only write to it when you want to. And anything you wrote underneath, it would just scroll underneath and leave the stuff on the top. And he's got that on both top and bottom. Instant screen invert, printer echo, which means you can actually echo stuff on the screen to the printer if you want to do that. Key click, key repeat. You can actually do some custom keyboard layout stuff as well. This one goes a bit further. I've seen some others that actually, obviously, they'd patch CLS to clear the graphic screen. I've seen a few that patch the print at command to handle the higher resolution that you'd have on some of these higher screens. This one also actually supported set and point and a few other commands for actually drawing low-res graphics on the graphic screen. So you can actually port some, old color basic stuff that actually uses semi-graphic stuff onto this much easier than some of the other ones did. And so, full-length error messages, so you don't have to remember, what does UL error mean?
So is this the resolution where like up to 51, 52, you could read it perfectly, and then 64 and 85 were more or less...
Yeah, 64 gives you 4 pixels per character wide, but only 3 are used, and it would have the little extra space between. And the 85 takes the space away, so it's 3 pixels wide. You'd use that more for page layout.
I take my glasses off, and that's kind of what.
Yeah, I mean, VIP
like.
Writer, Telewriter 64 used that mode, but it was more like if you had an 80 column printer, you could actually see the full 80 columns.
Exactly. I just thought it looked familiar. Cool.
But we took a look, like I think it even supports like smooth scrolling and some other things too. So it actually has a lot. It's one of the more fuller versions of this type of package. And there's some other ones too that I've seen that are pretty good. And they vary in quality and speed. The speed's a big thing. A lot of these were written apparently before stack blasting was fully discovered, because I've seen some of them, they actually scroll a bit slow. And if you change it to use stack blasting scrolling, it's quite a bit faster. So one of these days, we should actually kind of like standardize in one. Pick one that has the most features everybody wants, and then just go through and optimize the crap out of it. But anyway, he's actually been writing the docs, because this one is a combination of control codes that do some of the commands, and it has escape code sequences to do some of the other commands. So there's quite a bit of stuff to learn. And he's actually been going through and documenting them all, and that's what he uploaded to Facebook, was a zip file that contains all of the docs that he's figured out so far as to what codes do what. Because that was not on the archive before. Just the executable and the disk. The disk image that Nick and I found on the archive, if you go through the review in Rainbow, which is like 3 pages long, there was demo disks and demo programs that came with it originally that showed you how to use everything. That's not on the disk on the archive. It just is a very brief, basic demo that does some features. So you wouldn't even know some of this stuff existed if you hadn't read the Rainbow review, or now the documentation that Steve Norton has made. So big thanks to Steve for uploading that. That's the third Steve we thank this episode. Next up, we have some Dragon updates here. So the first one is a guy by the name of W. That's his handle on World of Dragon forums anyway. He's been doing the Dragon beta motherboards. And this was one of the prototype ones that was going to be a sequel to the Dragon 64. And he found out, some months late, but he found out that some of the board itself, the designs that he's got up there are fine the way they are. And you can see here's one of the prototypes for it. And that's one of the, big ass, 512K, or sorry, 768K on board, and DMA support and 80 columns and all kinds of stuff. It was going to be their business model, basically. But he mentions here, he found out that the original specs for some of the resistors that are on there is actually not quite right. You wouldn't even notice it most of the time, but he said it did cause problems with the mouse add-on board. In fact, with the original ones, with the original 100K resistors, it won't even work. So he's given some corrections here that you have to replace some of these, and he's updated the actual downloadable files that give you the parts list, et cetera, to fix this as well. But once you do these changes, then the mouse board does work. So it's just kind of a correction. Next up after that, you thought our show was long. This is a Polish retro gaming show, and they cover computers, consoles, etc. You'll notice the time here, if you can see it on the bottom of the YouTube video. This is a 9.5-hour stream they did in a row. So, people complaining about our 5 and 6 hour shows, go suck it. This is much longer. I have something to shoot for now in the news. So, at any rate, they do have a whole bunch of stuff. They covered a gamut. They do hardware stuff. They do software stuff. They do gameplay stuff. Like they covered the entire gamut of retro. And one of the things they got here was a Dragon 32 in box. And unfortunately, it is crashing. And now the guy actually did do some stuff. He did reseating of the chips. He did some tests on some of the pins for stuff that he knew of to do. They didn't get it running by the end of this video, but they did show some video clips from YouTube from other people showing some of the games just to show what the Dragon was doing. And unfortunately, this is a weird thing. I used the auto translate in YouTube from Polish to English, which at the beginning of the video worked. It actually put the closed captioning on the bottom. But after a couple of hours, that stopped working, and all of a sudden, there's no closed captioning at all, unless you switch it to Polish only. So I don't know if that's a limitation on YouTube's translate, that it only does so many hours at the beginning of a video. And if it's too long, it doesn't do it, or if it's a glitched up upload, or what the heck's going on. I'm hoping they do get it working, because they did sound pretty interested in it. And I know some of the people in their chat, on the live chat, they were actually going, ooh, a 6809. I actually saw that being written. So some people in their Polish audience actually understand the power of a 6809 versus some other 8-bit chips. So I'm hoping they do get it working. But they spent a good, 30 minutes trying to get the thing working, resetting chips and testing out. They had some game carts and stuff to try out too. And you can see when they've tried playing Ghost Attack, which is Pack Attack kind of relabeled for the British market, and they changed the colors and stuff. It's a Semigraphics 24 game. When they try to boot that cartridge up, you can see it does try to draw some of the screen correctly and totally messes up the rest. So would that be probably a RAM issue, I'm guessing? That it's not able to do it?
Likely, yeah.
Yeah, because they tried some other carts and stuff too, and they all screw up. So it's not just, even BASIC doesn't boot up properly. So I'm guessing there's a RAM problem. And they tried reseating RAM chips, but obviously they probably have to replace them. Anyway, definitely go check that out. If you know Polish bonus, let me know what they said. Next up,
you wonder if those guys paid attention to any of the other shows around in the world, like even ours.
Yeah, with Google Translate, I'm assuming you can translate the other direction. I've never tried. Can you take an English show and translate it to Polish?
Right, I was watching CoCoNation, but a couple hours in, the damn translation quit working, and I couldn't.
Well, the gibberish I normally spout there, I don't know if anything can translate that, but. Sorry, go ahead, Henry.
I've used English to other languages several times.
And it does work?
It does work.
Cool.
It's about as good as you'd expect, but as it is with translating things to English, but it works.
But is it still working by now? That is the question.
Yeah, I've never tried doing a 9-hour show before and see if at hour 6 it kicks out. So we'll try that. Now I did want to mention there's a comment from Daddy Burrito here in the chat that says, I like our long shows. And that seems to be common. I've noticed that the shorter shows, and I've checked the last few, months here on YouTube on the CoCoNation channel, and the shows that are like 3.5 hours get 50 to 100 less views than the shows that are like 5. Right. I really don't understand that, but that seems to be a trend.
We run long for a reason. When people have things to talk about, the show runs long. So
yeah. But it just surprises me we get more people, like more views of the show when they're longer than we do when they're shorter. I would have thought the opposite, but it keeps proving that point over and over. Like out of the last couple months here, all the shows that had over 400 views rather than 300 to 350 are all, 5 hours or longer type thing, or at least 4.5. Anything under 4? No, that's a lesser views. So this show here today should be awesome. It should be get like thousands.
I think they fall asleep before the end, and then they have to play it again.
That's it. They fell asleep.
But that doesn't start a new view, though, Nick.
Well, no, they have to watch it again because they fell asleep. Yeah. So you got to dial back into it. Then you fall asleep
Oh,
again.
you're
so
shattering
you
my
watch it a
illusion that
third
people like
time.
long shows. Thanks a lot. Anyway, actually, I'm just about done the news. So basically, there's 2 other Dragon stories to cover. These are stuff that are for sale. I don't normally just list, for sale items, but these are general sale items being manufactured. These are not, just somebody, selling off some old game carts they found on eBay or something. So the first one here, and I'm probably going to butcher his name. My apologies. Piotr Bugaj. Anybody else have a better way to pronounce that than me?
I know it's Peter, but other than that.
Yeah,
Peter B.
There you go. Good enough.
Best we can do. You're going to have to roll that R a little bit. Piotr.
Anyway, he said, just letting you know that I'm making another small series of versions of disk drive controllers for the Dragon if anyone wants them. And I should mention, I don't know if Brian Weezer's still on the call or not, but this is actually the same controller or base controller that he was wondering what it was for on Facebook. And this is the guy that actually manufactures them.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, I got it right here in front of me. I was kind of curious. I didn't know when it is an IDE. Yeah, I don't know if I probably don't have my camera on right now, I suppose, but
yeah, plus I'm sharing so they couldn't see it anyway, but
yeah. So, but yeah, I was looking for some documentation on it, and I guess it's basically if you go out to the Dragon archive there, and if you look at the Dragon DOS board documentation, it follows the same. This was just his version, which is a little bit cleaner.
Cool.
Do you know how much it translates to price?
Yep. 45 or pounds.
Which is probably about...
So I just want to mention one thing that he points out, and he highlights it because he's had complaints from people before, and it's as he says, short but important information. All my interfaces are handmade by me. I send them as soon as I can. Sometimes it takes a day, sometimes it takes a month. I am doing what I can depending on the number of orders. I'm not Walmart or Amazon, and I cannot offer delivery on the same day. I'm a one-man company. So if you do not have patience, please do not order. Postage is from Poland, so he maybe even knows the guys from the previous video. But he makes these in batches every once in a while, and he's got them on right now for 45 pounds.
Sweet.
And it's a floppy drive interface for Dragon 32, 4 OS system selectable history. So I'm assuming this is like the Disto Super Controller, where you had 4 different ROMs. You could have like CDOS and ADOS and Disk Basic 1.0, 1.1 or whatever. And you can actually flip switches to switch between. So you can actually put 4 different ROMs in there and switch, depending on compatibility or features that you want. And standard 34 IDC connector for a floppy drive. So,
so you don't have to mess with the floppy ribbon.
Well, you still have to hook the drive up, don't you?
Yeah, but I mean, you don't have to, put it in backwards or, cut 2 off or switch any around. Or
you talking about the drives or you talking about the ROMs?
No, the cable.
Oh, yeah, like the cable. If some of the floppy drives, you had to put that little twist in the cable to get the drive ID.
Right.
Correct.
Oh, kind of like the IBM PC did.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
I don't know if this is just a single drive or I don't know if it even supports 2 drives or not.
I think it would. I remember the Dragon one even sold a dual disc in one case, didn't they? Kind of like the Tandy 502.
Yeah.
Right.
So anyway, that is now available again. If you have a Dragon, you want to get one of those controllers, because I know disc controllers were much more rare on the Dragon than on the Coco, mainly because of the price differences in the UK and Europe in general. For that matter.
They didn't make a bunch back then, so you got to buy a new one now.
No, and all the 8-bit machines back then, whether it was a C64 in the Apple or a Spectrum and an Acorn or whatever, I mean, disk drives were rare for those machines because they were so expensive compared to what they were here. I think most of us by the mid to late 80s completely switched off them, whereas, Spectrums and stuff kept selling cassette-based games right through the late 80s. So that's the first hardware announcement for the Dragon. And then the second one is, is from Julian Brown, and he says, I've got a fresh batch of my revised Dragon 32 PCBs up on eBay. Please contact directly for a discount, which is nice. And this is as one where he's reproducing the Dragon 32 motherboard, but with enhancements. So it's not just a straight Dragon 32. It's an issue 2 reproduction. So you may be asking, well, what's different on that compared to the regular Dragon 32 motherboard? Well, one, it's got support for 64K RAM built into the motherboard, so you have to do a bunch of bodge wires and stuff to get it to hacked on like you could do in the old days. It has a ability to switch between the Dragon and Coco keyboard layout. So if you wanted to play a Coco game hard-coded for the Coco keyboard, because of course the PIA has different rows mapped for the keys, you can just flip a switch and you can switch between the two.
Nice.
And play a Coco compatible game and it'll work fine, and flip it back and you can play a Dragon 32 game and it'll work fine. The parallel port for the printer that came built into the Dragon 32, which I wish the Coco did back in the day, can be configured as a serial port and use that with DriveWire. So you have that option as well, because the Dragon 64 had both a hardware serial port and a parallel port, but the Dragon 32, which this is cloning, only had the parallel port. So it's nice to have that feature to basically rejigger it to be a serial port instead. You can actually have options of stuff you can add to make it work on either PAL or NTSC. So it kind of covers the Dragon 32 and the Dragon Tanno type thing. And I thought a nice little cute thing he added, which is actually from the Deluxe and the Coco 3, is that it actually supports 2-button joysticks. So if you want to write some games for 2-button joysticks on the Dragon, if you get this motherboard, you can do that. You can also wire it in directly onto a Coco 1, 2, or a Dragon as well. But those enhancements are all included on this issue 2 board. So you're actually getting a Dragon 32 Plus, I guess. That's probably the best way to describe it. And that is it for the news, which is good because my voice is starting to completely give out at this point. So.
For LCB.
But that is the news for this week.
Woohoo!
This is our rabbit hole section now.
Thank you,
Go ahead,
Curtis.
speak up.
My voice doesn't have much left to rabbit hole with, so. Plus the food hungering is starting.
The hungering begins.
I gotta go see if our
Hunger
blizzard
Games.
started yet with this other foot of snow that's supposed to be
Oh
coming.
yeah, you got to get your shovel waxed up and ready to go, aren't you?
Yeah, my new snowblower is supposed to be here Tuesday, but the snow's here Saturday and Sunday, so I can't wait that long.
Right.
I might skip the back deck until the
Did you
snowblower
get the
comes in.
electric one, or is it?
Yeah, I used to have a gas mower, but the gas mowers now are like $1,000 to $2,000 each, and I just had to buy a washing machine for $1,500. So,
so it's
for a
electric.
decent size one to do a driveway. So I
So
got
do
an
you-
electric
do you-
one, which is way cheaper, and I had my previous one, the last one that died after 9 years, was electric as well, and
So
it won't handle like a super blizzard, but this should be within the range of the top end of it. It should be able to do it.
How many times have you cut the cord?
On the snowblower, none.
Good.
Electric lawnmower, I've cut that one a few times.
It's a shocking experience.
Well, usually it's clean, snapped it off, so I didn't get shocked. The worst one I've had, though, actually was with my hedge trimmer. Because sometimes I'm balancing on the roof of the house trying to trim the trees near the front of the house type thing, and I don't notice the cord's kind of leaked over to where the hedge trimmer is. And that one I have gotten shocked with. Thankfully, I didn't fall off the roof. Maybe people here will disagree about the thankfully part, but
I think I saw that reel.
But yeah, I'll definitely want to check that out. So anyway, yeah, a lot of cool stuff. A lot of updates to emulators, a lot of updates to compilers. There's some cool animation stuff there that would be fun to play with. I'll maybe have to write a library for doing that under Nitrous 9 at some point too. But
All right.
Nick Marentes, I was going to ask you if you were on the pre-show about this. Instead, I'm going to stick it to you in public. Our little mini CocoTech follow-up on semi-graphics there. Do you want to shoot for tomorrow, or do you want to shoot for next week, Sunday?
I won't have time to prepare anything.
Okay, so we'll do next week then.
Yeah.
And then I can help you write it because I didn't have time to do it either. So
Yeah. Okay. Sold.
okay. So we've been promising to do a follow-up on the semi-graphics under basic that Nick wrote Hero in. There's some other techniques and other tricks we've discovered. Some are used in Hero, some are not. So we'll be doing that next Sunday, probably. I was hoping Mark would still be on here to verify that, but tentatively we'll shoot for next Sunday for doing that, and maybe even next Saturday evening if that works better for everybody, which would be like noonish for Nick, which probably isn't too bad either. But looking forward to that. We'll have a mini. It's not going to be a long episode, just to cover a couple things discovered since the original.
Why don't we have it during the show?
Because then it'll be 6 hours instead of 5.
Oh no, I mean, take out something. Hint, hint. And
I agree with that, actually. All references to Neutroid, all the jokes about Neutroid, rip all those out.
well,
That
there's
room.
Hint, hint.
All right.
Are you
Okay.
suggesting we don't have a project and acquisition section? Is that what you're suggesting?
No, I'm expecting we do more of those. That was awesome today. Like I said, it was much more interesting than news. We had like real stuff happening. And Paul finding a copy of that long lost program from the original author.
Right.
That's awesome too.
We're things done by the end of the show. Games ported. Programs found.
We're a real-time show reacting in real time to the chat and to the panel. So
Mr. Wingnut is not present.
There's the two of them.
He's two of them there, so I'm assuming he had a connection problem.
We have to ask him how
I'm just on my tablet upstairs while I'm finishing up the food.
Oh, okay. So you still have it running on your main machine, then you got it on your phone or something?
Yeah, on my tablet.
Okay.
Got to shut down before he takes over everybody.
And you see that subtle hint he's going to have supper upstairs? Like that's what I want to.
You got to wait for the rest of us. Okay, I guess that means we are ready for the outro.
Yep, time to push the buttons.
This concludes another episode of the CoCoNation, the world's leading live interactive talk show featuring the Tandy Color Computer. For all things the CoCoNation, visit us on the web at thecoconation.com. We'd love to hear from you. Send feedback, suggestions, even segments via email to show@thecoconation.com. The CoCoNation show would not exist without the community and its cast and crew. The CoCoNation theme song, copyright 2022, D. Bruce Moore. Mixed, mastered, and produced by D. Bruce Moore. The CoCoNation is over. Join us on the Coco Discord server. Coco forever.
Mr. Inman?
I haven't in a long time. I haven't seen him on Discord.
Well, he sounds good on there every time we end, but you wonder if he's okay.
I know he's pretty busy with his job, and that was why he's kind of dropping off before. So maybe that's
Well, he
still
lives
taking
in
over his
Phoenix,
life.
I think, doesn't he? They should probably look
Oh
him
yeah,
up.
I think he's not too far. You should check and see if
Go
you
stalk
have lunch
him,
with
Yeah.
Stalk him, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, well, till next week.
All right.
And Thursday for the Game On Challenge.
Yep, Thursday Game On
Sayonara.
Challenge will still happen, so you have plenty of time after Turkey.
Yep.
Yep.
And I might beat your scores if you're all in a turkey coma, so that'd be awesome.
Right.